Thank you. Welcome to our regular City Council meeting, Tuesday, October 11th, 2016, located at the Veterans Memorial Hall. Our meeting is starting at 6 p.m. Thanks and welcome. For the record, we do have a quorum. All members are present with the exception of absent of Councilmember Makowetsky. And with that, we'll call the meeting to order. And if you all start with a moment of silence, please. Thank you. Thank you. And for the Pledge of Allegiance, we have our very own Sergeant Jody Cox has been selected and promoted to our commander as of today. And we'd like to ask Commander Cox to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Thank you for having me. Ready? Pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you.
Congratulations, Commander Cox. At this point, we don't have any recognitions at this point, but we do have two presentations that will be coming up shortly, and we'll move on to closed session report out. We have no closed session report out at this time, and we'll move on to council members' reports and announcements. I'll look to my right. Mr. Heading, if you want to start us off. Mr. Smuckler, none? None? Okay. With that, we'll move on to, we do have announcements for our city manager on a couple of announcements.
Great. Thank you, Mayor Irons. I want to introduce two new staff members. So sitting directly behind me is Mr. Craig Smolinger. Craig is now has arrived as our new Director of Finance. He will be taking over from Susan Slayton, the Director of Administrative Services. They'll have about 6 weeks of transition. Craig has finished his first week in 2 days and is doing a great job. He comes to us from City of San Diego, then City of Escondido, and then most recently in the County Administrator's Office in El Dorado County. And across the way there is the long-awaited Mr. Kirk Carmichael. Kirk is the new coordinator, brand new position of our Recreation Division. Kirk came most recently from the City of San Diego, where he directed a large park complex for the County of San Diego, actually. Prior to that, he was with Cuesta College, directing their recreation programs, their really community outreach and recreation programs for a number of years. And prior to that, he was with the City of Morro Bay. For almost 5 years, Kirk helped start the junior lifeguard program and a number of other great programs, 20 years ago here in the city. So it's a homecoming for Kirk as well. We're glad to have him back on the city staff. Thank you.
Great, thanks. And with that, next on the agenda, we have a proclamation of appreciation for Assembly Member Cacho Asajian. And I was going to ask all of council to join us down at the podium, invite Cacho up, along with some of our electeds from Morro Bay and Supervisor Gibson that have come to pay tribute to this recognition. So if we can come on down. First of all, thanks everyone for coming to honor and recognize Cacho for this. It's a privilege to present a proclamation on behalf of the City of Morro Bay to Cacho Asajian. Proclamation of the City Council of the City of Morro Bay, California, in recognition and appreciation of the service of Assembly Member Cacique Cacho Asajian. Whereas the Honorable California State Assemblyman Kachik Asajian, known to his constituents as Cacho, and will therefore be referred to as Cacho herein. And whereas first elected to California State Assembly in 2010, Assembly member Cacho Asajian was sworn in for his third term on December 1st, 2014, to represent the 35th Assembly District, which includes the communities of Arroyo Grande, Atascadero, Grover Beach, Guadalupe, Lompoc, Morro Bay, Paso Robles, Pismo Beach, San Luis Obispo, and Santa Maria. And whereas Cacho came to California in 1971 to pursue the American dream, carrying with him a distinct work ethic instilled in him by his Armenian parents, an ethic that has continued to serve him well in his roles as a businessman, community volunteer, and legislator. Cacho became a United States citizen on December 17, 1982, and graduated from Cal Poly State University, San Luis Obispo, with a degree in business administration. And whereas prior to his election to the State Assembly, Cacho served for 3 terms as an elected member of the San Luis Obispo County Board of Supervisors, including as board chair in 2001 and 2006, was appointed by Governor Arnold Schwarzenegger to the California Coastal Commission, where he served from 2006 to 2010. And whereas Cacho's impressive public service resume also includes his efforts to improve the quality of life for children as the founding chair of the San Luis Obispo County First Five Commission, and his leadership in promoting public safety as charter board member of the San Luis Obispo Law Enforcement Assistance Foundation, where he has also served as secretary in 2002 and vice president from 2004 to 2010, and as a member of the San Luis Obispo County Sheriff's Advisory Foundation since 1989, having also served as the organization's chair from 1994 to 1995. And whereas Cacho loves his country and state, he created an annual Veteran of the Year recognition on Armed Forces Day, honoring the men and women of the Central Coast serving their country in the military. And whereas Cacho was available, accessible, and committed to the communities of the 35th District, he attended the City of Morro Bay's ribbon cutting of the bike pedestrian bridge over Morro Creek on July 4, 2015, as well as numerous city and Chamber of Commerce events. And whereas, through his professional public and community service, Cacho has made a significant impact on the people of the 35th Assembly District, and he will be sorely missed by those individuals with whom he has been associated. The mark he has left, like the Boy Scouts motto, when you leave a campsite, make sure it's cleaner or better than you found it. Truly, the Central Coast is better because of Cacho, California State Assembly member, San Luis Obispo County Supervisor, California Coastal Commissioner, friend, and gentleman. Now therefore be it resolved, by the City Council of the City of Morro Bay, we congratulate the Honorable Cacho and extend our gratitude and thanks for your outstanding service to the people of Morro Bay. We wish you happiness and success in your future endeavors. We hope you always think of Morro Bay as your home port. Any other further words from?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, for honoring me with this recognition. It's been my honor and privilege to serve the members of this community. Morro Bay always been a home to come to. Thanks to you and honorable council people who always make me feel at home here. It's been a pleasure to work with you on mayor's meeting every month. So what can I say? It's been a pleasure. It's been a great experience. I hope anyone who's thinking of running for any political office highly encouraged to do so. It's the best way to reach out to your public and help make a difference. And I especially want to thank Supervisor Gibson and previous mayors and councilmen to be here tonight for this occasion. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Can you get a picture, you guys? Can you get up in the middle?
Yes.
I first met Cacho doing fashion shows with him at the Ventana Inn for the women's shelter, and then later worked with him when I was in office as well. All I can say is this man is the true definition of a public servant. He cares about the community, and that has been behind everything he's done. He's always worked across the aisle, which I appreciate so much, and I just admire the heck out of him.
Cacho, I just want to take a minute. We've known each other for almost 20 years now, and you've been absolutely fabulous this whole time. And what Janice said is absolutely correct. You have just really done such a fabulous job serving in the county and in the state legislature, and we are much better off with your service. So thank you very much for your time.
I'll do it as we are from the other side of the aisle. You know, I want to look you right in the eye, sir. As I think many of the folks know, my first term overlapped your last term on the Board of Supervisors, and it was my pleasure to serve with you. And I think, as most folks know, we didn't always agree politically, but on the most important things that we faced together as county supervisors, we did. And it was a pleasure, a privilege, an honor. There is no more dedicated public servant, a person more dedicated to his constituents than you are, Cacho. The number of places that you show up is just amazing. And you were running me down just your schedule of the day, and I realize it's only because you drive at the speed that you drive, and I hope the police chief isn't there. I drove with him to Sacramento. I can't quite fly there as fast as he did, but he has been everywhere. You care for people, your love of office. There is no finer gentleman in public service, sir, and I salute your retirement. Thank you.
Cacho, can we just, under Vicki Jansen's instructions, she said, get a group picture. So if we can all get in, then we can get a group picture with.
Yeah, let it
Yeah, come on in. All right, thank you.
Thank you again.
Vicki means it too.
Of course, I wouldn't be here without her now.
I know, thank you.
It's been very loyal.
Very honorable.
Thank you very much.
so much.
Thank you.
Thanks, Bruce.
Thanks, everyone. All true. Pretty amazing guy. Thank you. With that, we have one more presentation for tonight, CHC Healthcare Update for North County. If you could please come up, welcome. We're glad to have you.
I did want to say I'm waiting for Steve Marr, who is also from CHC, so I'm hoping
I think he's right behind you.
Oh, thank you. My name is Denise Stewart, and I do want to clarify, I was talking with you that I have retired from community health centers, but Mr. Ron Castle, who is the CEO, has kept me on as the community liaison basically with San Luis Obispo County, and I've worked with Pam Dudley, and I've also gone to a couple of the EBAC meetings. So I did have just a brief statement that I wanted to kind of give I'm giving a little bit of a history of CHC. So this is more of a background. It's kind of ironic that Supervisor Cacho was here because he was one of one of the good guys in all of this to make sure that people had health care. That was very near and dear to his heart. So the County Board of Supervisors closed General Hospital in June of 2003. The following year, the county decided to enter into a contract grant arrangement with Community Health Centers of the Central Coast to provide outpatient services. Community Health Centers is a nonprofit network of primary care clinics accredited by the Joint Commission with sites located in San Luis Obispo and Santa Barbara counties. In 2004, the San Luis Obispo County Family Care Clinics provided full-time services in San Luis Obispo and Atascadero. They also provided part-time services in Paso Robles, Morro Bay, and Grover Beach. The Paso and Grover outpatient services were incorporated into existing CHC clinics that were already in those locations. We did continue the part-time services here in Morro Bay. In 2012, due to the economic downturn, decreased federal funding, and the end of the county contract, CHC had to make some serious corporate decisions as far as moving forward. In January of 2013, the Morro Bay Clinic was closed. This was not an easy decision for us to make, and I have to say it was personal to me because I was the regional manager over that clinic for many, many years. And so, I felt part of this, but also understood where we were coming financially. Between 2012 and now, CHC has been moving more towards a patient-centered medical home model of care that we're giving. The medical home is best described as a model of primary care that is patient-centered, comprehensive, team-based, coordinated, accessible, and focused on quality and safety of the patient. Comprehensive is the key element of this model. Some of our sites are considered super centers, which I've talked to some of you about before, as they provide family practice, pediatrics, internal medicine, chiropractic, behavioral health, health education, and other ancillary services such as lab, x-ray, and pharmacy. And that's housed in one site. Many patients like this model for its convenience, or we call it the one-stop shopping. As I think most of you know, when you see a provider, the majority of times you're required to get lab work or x-rays or you need a prescription. By having that all housed under one roof, it makes it a little bit easier for the patients. With all of this being said, just to let you know what our models are and what we're looking at, we're also cognizant of all of our patients and the community needs. I will say that currently CHC is evaluating all of our service sites and patient needs throughout San Luis Obispo and the northern part of Santa Barbara County, the areas we serve. Please be assured that reopening Morro Bay in the present site or maybe a different site that Noah and I have talked a little bit about is part of that agenda. I cannot make any promises today, but I do know that this is something that is definitely on the radar. And as I talked at the EBAC meeting before, we're definitely looking at something possibly, to at least venture into something in the early part of 2017. But I don't make promises. And I am, like I said, not part of the organization, so I can't really totally speak on their behalf, which is why I brought Steve Marr, who is definitely a part of the administrative team of CHC. So, Steve, I'll turn it over to you.
Welcome. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Denise. Mayor and Council, thank you so much for having us today. I do apologize for running late, but I wanted to make sure that Mrs. Stewart had the opportunity to bring all of us up to date. It's been a long road to get to this point, and I think the exciting news is that we are in another transitional period, not just as an organization, but how we look at delivering healthcare nationally and certainly in the state of California. And so I'm excited to stand before you today in a completely different economic climate and certainly a healthcare delivery climate than when I was before you last. Just quickly, just to kind of build off of what Denise has already discussed, as far as our current lives for North County specific to the Estero Bay area, Cayucas, what I'm counting is Cayucas, Los Osos, and Morro Bay, we currently have 6,100 active patients. Now, we define active or unique patients as anyone who's been to one of our clinics within our network within the last year. Those patients remain in our system for up to 7 years, but when we are doing our reporting and calculations based on what we consider active patients, they need to have been to one of our clinics and received some kind of service within the last year. And that's 365 days, not necessarily a calendar year. So out of the 6,100 patients, we see about 56% of those are residents of Morro Bay proper, 36% in Los Osos, and about 8% in Cayucas. The numbers stratify almost the same with CENCAL patients, who of course administrates the Medi-Cal program for Santa Barbara and San Luis Obispo County. For Morro Bay, it's about 45% of those patients, 41% in Los Osos, and also 8% in Cayucas. Just to recap what we've talked about in the past in terms of how we're able to provide the access and the capacity for those residents, even though we don't have a bricks and mortar clinic in Morro Bay proper anymore. We have and we continue to provide door-to-door shuttle service for all of our existing CHC patients. That's a free service. I did actually bring brochures and flyers for any of the community members who would like to distribute to your constituents. We also have an ongoing program, relationship with Morro Bay Drug and Gift, where we supply them with free RTA bus passes for anyone who would prefer to use the bus system as opposed to the shuttle. And then as Denise spoke about the concept of the super center, I believe the last time I spoke to you, that was something that was on the horizon for us. That is very much a model that we have been fleshing out over the last few years and have really seen a tremendous benefit for our patients in terms of access with longer hours and more providers. It's easier for them to get in to see a provider in a reasonable amount of time with longer hours and on the weekends. And then as Denise mentioned, with the co-location of services. So specific to San Luis Obispo, the Casa Street location on the Sierra Vista campus, she already talked about the services that are offered there, but we are open from 8 a.m. to 7 p.m. Monday through Friday, Saturdays from 9 to 5. And then our OBGYN services are at our sister campus, Bishop Street, and they're 8 to 5 throughout the week, and then also on Saturdays. So we are committed to making sure that our patients need to get where they need to go. Certainly if they are taking advantage of transportation services, once they're at our supercenter, they can take advantage of multiple services as needed, not have to make multiple trips outside the city. So that's kind of where we're at today and where we've been since we had to close in 2013. As I alluded to, the economic landscape has changed, and it continues to evolve nationally. Not just community health centers of the Central Coast, but community health centers across the nation have certainly been experiencing challenges with healthcare access, with provider shortages, and the changing legislative landscape, which will be changing again in the near future. But there are certainly some bright spots and some new opportunities. The Affordable Care Act has been a real game changer, frankly, for the health industry, both good and bad, but certainly in terms of creating access for new users through Medi-Cal expansion has been tremendous for the patients on the Central Coast who were not able to fully utilize services that would be available to them under insurance plan. So healthcare reform and the ACA has created new revenue streams now that those patients are able to take advantage of our full breadth of services, not just coming in on a sliding fee basis. The federal support through the Health Resources and Services Administration, through HRSA. We continue to receive grant funding from HRSA. And then a new revenue stream to CHC is the Low Income Investment Fund, or LIF. That's a capital investment group for community building initiatives in California. We've actually received funding from them for a new facility in Oceano that's underway and will be finished very soon. So what does that mean for Morro Bay? Well, CHC, again, as Denise mentioned, we're very interested in formally restarting the exploration process of how we might be able to provide direct services to the city of Morro Bay. We suggest the formation of an exploration committee comprised of representatives from CHC, from Morro Bay City Council, from city government, from emergency response. See, Chief Knuckles is here. We've had the opportunity to have some sidebar conversations with SLO County Public Health and any of the other key stakeholders so that we can really begin the due diligence of what would be needed and be involved for co-location of services, either with emergency response, determine what the current and future needs are for the residents of the Estero Bay, what siting and potential facilities would be appropriate to ensure capacity and growth for the future, and then certainly look to partner with existing community service providers like Department of Social Services, homeless programs, and the WIC program. And that's really what I have to report. I think this is an exciting time. Now that we've kind of got our feet under us and we're in a stable position, we're excited to revisit the notion of having bricks and mortar facilities here in the city of Morro Bay.
Great, Steve. Thanks very much.
Okay, thank you for your time.
We're okay on questions? You're okay? To the left and to the right? Okay. Comment? Go ahead, Christine.
Just briefly, I think that's a terrific news for us to hear from CHC that they may be coming back interested formally in establishing a committee to investigate it. But I would be remiss if I didn't specifically thank many of our volunteers in the City of Morro Bay's Community Resource Connections Office for diligently working the connections they have with CHC and letting them know how interested Morro Bay was in having them come back. But specific congratulations also just to even have this possibility really does go to Councilmember Smuckler, because Noah, you really did continually for the past 3 years, well actually 4 years really, I think now, since, has it been 2013 since they stopped having to, it seems like forever, but you really through EBAC have consistently reached out to CHC. They've been engaged with us, coming to meetings, and it's really been, you've really driven the process to continually try and get them back here. So I just want to congratulate you on that. I think you did a lot of work in the community on that, and also to recognize our volunteers. And thanks a lot for CHC for keeping an open mind on Morro Bay. So we appreciate that.
Thanks, Christine. John?
Thank you. Thanks, Steve and Denise, both for being here tonight. I wanted to congratulate you for adapting, as you've had to the changing environment that continues to change dramatically in healthcare and probably will always continue to change. And it's not been an easy process, I know, especially moving to the model that I know we've talked about previously. I really appreciate your commitment to getting people transported to your supercenters. I support that idea. I think peripherally there's enough volume in Morro Bay to warrant the exploration of a clinic here. I think we all feel that way. I won't speak for everybody, but I see heads nodding throughout the room. And I would welcome the opportunity to get together and, as Steve has suggested, begin a dialogue and looking at the possibility of bringing bricks and mortar back to Morro Bay. We face an extreme shortage of primary care providers in this community. And extreme is not just a political word that I'm pulling out of the hat. Access is an issue, despite the fact that there are transportation opportunities that you do provide. We have many folks that just can't get there for one reason or the other. And so I welcome that openness and the willingness that you have in these changing times to look at that as a possibility, and would like to see that explored as soon as possible. So again, thank you for your commitment to health and for being here tonight. Appreciate it.
Good to go.
I'll just say also thank you for your attendance at EBAC meetings and for staying engaged with us, and fully support the idea of the Exploration Committee. I know the council, based on quite a bit of feedback from our community and the Resources Office, did identify this as a goal and something that we want to do everything we can to be a part of a solution. And the idea of co-location, I think, is probably the smartest for the client and for the resources themselves to try to share costs and do everything we can to expand the services here. Because, as Mr. Heading pointed out, even with transportation services, we are somewhat isolated, and an hour to two round trip and transportation time isn't something that everyone can easily achieve. So I'm looking forward to working together and seeing what we can do. Thank you. Thank you.
All right. Thank you all for coming out. And with that, that concludes our presentations. We do have speaker slips on the back table for public comment, and public comment on every item on the agenda. If you can't stay later on for these items, please go ahead and submit them now, and we'll go ahead and do that during our regular public comment time. And we have, as we go into public comment, we do open with our business spot. So I'm going to invite Beth McGill from Capital Choice to open with our business spot for public comment. And then we'll have Sharon O'Leary talk about CHC for public comment. Is that okay, Sharon? All right, thank you. Thank you. Welcome.
Hi. Hello, Mayor Irons and City Council members. Thank you for allowing me this opportunity to introduce myself to you. My name is Beth McGill, and I'm a Regional Marketing Director with Capital Choice Financial and Insurance Services and CCF Investments, Inc. And I am in the business of changing lives. You see, 76% of Americans report that they live paycheck to paycheck to make ends meet. 49% of workers feel not too confident that they will have enough money to live comfortably through retirement. And 95 million adults in the United States have no life insurance. Someone that you know and that you love is facing these challenges today. My goal, my life's work, the reason why I get up every day is to educate and empower individuals with solutions. This financial education does change lives. I witness it as I work with my clients and see them overcome obstacles and succeed. I work with Capital Choice, which is a company that believes in empowering the client through financial education rather than making a sales pitch. We do three things: protect income, reduce and eliminate debt, and help families save and invest for their future. We keep it simple. Now I would like to tell you a little bit about my background. I came to the Central Coast in 1980 to attend Cal Poly, and I graduated in 1984, and I'm one of those that never left the Central Coast. I worked, I got married, I started a family. In 1989, I returned to Cal Poly to get my teaching credential. I taught full-time in Paso Robles for over 20 years and had many achievements. I was recognized as my school's Teacher of the Year, Paso Robles Chamber of Commerce Teacher of the Year, and San Luis Obispo County's Agriculture Teacher of the Year. I had a good career and I enjoyed working with children, but something was missing. I started to think about retirement and wondered how it worked. I wanted to know more about how to save and where to invest. There were advisors that came to our school, but they just sold products with no explanation about how these retirement plans worked, and I wanted to know how. So I decided to learn. I read, I studied, I got my life insurance license and securities licenses in 2010, and guess what? It wasn't as complicated as I had been led to believe. I wanted to tell others and share that they too could understand about saving for their future. I wanted to tell everybody, and in 2012, I was introduced to Capital Choice Financial Group, and our values aligned. In 2013, Dave Ramsey, financial author and national talk show host, endorsed me as one of his local providers. Now I'm called a Dave Ramsey SmartVestor Pro. I believe that everyone can achieve financial independence. I want my clients to be proud and confident about the decisions that they make. I believe that with education, everyone can improve their financial situation without fear. I provide presentations to churches, schools, and businesses at no cost and do not charge a fee for my consultations and planning, which I provide for in the comfort of my clients' homes. Thank you.
Thank you, Beth. Appreciate it. And with that, we'll open it up for public comment. Sharon O'Leary, I believe you had some follow-up on the CHC item, so if you'd please introduce yourself and welcome.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor, City Council staff, I'm Sharon O'Leary. I'm the Director for the Community Resource Connections Office for the City of Morro Bay, which is an outreach effort here in Morro Bay. First of all, we're delighted to hear that CHC is going to be putting together some sort of effort to return to Morro Bay. Some of the statistics that were mentioned, the Community Health Center active patients at 66,100. In Morro Bay, that's 3,442 households. That's a large number. Now, the last 3 years since the CHC office is closed and the resource office is opened, we've negotiated every way we can to get people to their appointments. The centralized effort in San Luis Obispo is great, but it's left us out here having to deal with transportation and access, as Dr. Heading pointed out. And we've had to use the fire department as an ER. Any kind of emergency things, people go to the fire department, and that's, of course, impacted our fire department a lot as well. So we do have some efforts in town to support this. We have a very active group at the Community Resource Office that does outreach all the time. We get people to their appointments or unravel different medical things as we can and direct people where to go if it's an emergency. When we can be served, they can be served at the fire department, we do that. And otherwise, we just work to get people to their appointments. The centralized idea is great for CHC, and it's good to hear that they acknowledge that having left us stranded out here, we need to figure out another way to provide for our folks. So thank you.
Thank you, Sharon. Next is Thomas Rex and Val Seymour.
Mayor, council members, I just wanted to come and say that thank you very much for the traffic control that the police department is showing now. I've noticed a change in the last several months. Even on Quintana Road where the speed indication sign is, one day there was a police car parked there. And everybody coming from McDonald's was going slow way down to 25. And I appreciate that. I see them all the time. The old saying, you know, where's a policeman when you need them? They're around. So thank you.
Thank you, Val Seymour and Linda Stedgy.
Good evening, staff and City Council, and I love that picture, and that was such a fantastic event. Okay, I represent the County Marketing Board. I am your Morro Bay representative, and I'm also a hotelier. And I'm pleased that the TBID is supporting the Amgen event. This is your C5 on your agenda, and I think I'm also in support of that. I know that's a difficult decision for you guys because of the funding part of the general fund. But I think you really have to look at the big picture here. It's very, very seldom that a small city like this gets an international exposure. Yes, it's costly. It's always costly for international exposure, unless, of course, it's a negative exposure, which we're glad we don't have that. So, positive world-class exposure. Let's reconsider. Let's pull some money out of that general fund. Let's support this. You got TBID money, you got county money. Let's work together and put some more of that general fund money. I know it's tough to approve, but we're still negotiating this. It's still on the table. And I know the county, I feel like our marketing board has done some fantastic things that Morro Bay maybe doesn't even realize what kind of exposure we have received. Almost every piece of marketing I've seen since I've been on the board for a year has something to do with Morro Bay. I mean, we are a very scenic place. People love this place. But a lot of people don't know about it. And it's going to trickle down. It's going to trickle down from international right down to local people recognizing Morro Bay. It's a great city we have here. I mean, why shouldn't the world know about it? I personally have had more international people this summer than I've ever had before. I've been in business for like 12 years now. Maybe a lot of reasons for that, but I love what they say. they look around and they go, we really like this. This is like Europe. We like small hotels. It's fun to come to a place like this. You guys are much more personal here. We hate big hotels. So it's pretty awesome. All right, well, thanks for considering to renegotiate with us.
Thanks, Val. Appreciate it. Linda Stedgy, followed by Richard Sadowski.
Linda Stedgy, Morro Bay. I recently learned that the current WRF design does not address key Coastal Commission concerns. If the current design goes forward, our new wastewater treatment infrastructure will be just as vulnerable to flooding, tsunamis, and earthquake liquefaction damage as the existing sewer plant. Here's the problem. The plant is only one component of a system. In the current WRF design, the successful operation of the plant depends on a giant lift station to be built on the property where the current sewer plant is, and on a long line that will carry the sewage from the lift station to a new inland plant. The plant, the lift station, and the line are a system. If any component fails, the system fails. The city's 2008 flood hazard study says the current plant is in a topographic depression. Putting the lift station in the same topographic depression means it will be vulnerable to exactly the same natural hazards as the existing plant. With this key component of the system at risk, it's almost like not moving the plant at all, and I verified that with a wastewater treatment plant expert who's been building plants for over 10 years. At the last WRFCAC meeting, when I brought this up, it was said that the lift station tanks are underground, so they're safe from floods. Fine, but the expert I talked to said that the new lift station would have to be almost as big as some plants, and that similar protective technology can be used on a plant. There are plants operating right now that have their tanks underground. In fact, one was mentioned at the WRFCAC meeting. So if we're going to put a critical component of the WRF infrastructure, one that's almost as big as some plants, in an area vulnerable to natural hazards, then this Coastal Commission's concerns will not have been addressed at all. So we might as well put the whole new plant on higher ground on the Hansen site and save taxpayers a lot of money. With the right technology, the risks would be no greater. There's another issue. When the Coastal Commission shut down the old wastewater treatment project, a major point made was the fact that the whole area is zoned light industrial, but a plant is heavy industrial. Well, guess what? A giant sewage lift station is a heavy industrial use too. That means an LCP amendment would be required to build the lift station, and an LCP amendment requires Coastal Commission involvement. The person who originally pointed out this major WRF design issue is Mr. Sadowski. He seemed to be the only person associated with the city who was able to figure out that this design will not address Coastal Commission concerns. I urge you to look at his recommendations for a revised WRF project, because they could save the city tens of millions of dollars. They're on his website at sadowskiforcouncil.org. Thank you.
Thank you, Linda. Richard, and then Judy Salamanca.
Richard Sadowski, candidate for City Council at the 2016 election. First of all, I'd like to invite maybe a roundtable discussion that would be televised with the other candidates so we can discuss this WRF project, the Water Reclamation Facility project, which is actually a sewer plant the way it's budgeted right now, in a public forum, televised, so people can get informed. My experience with this issue is, first of all, I'm a mechanical engineer by profession. I worked in research and development on a DARPA project called the NASP X-30 in hypersonic fluid dynamic propulsion. And then I got a certification later on in wastewater collections certificate. That's the highest you can get. So I have quite a bit of professional expertise in this matter. And I've been bringing up the issue regarding the collection system for years. In the WRFCAC, I sit on the WRFCAC, and I also sit on the Finance Committee subcommittee in the WRFCAC, and bringing up this issue. The problem is the city and the consultants, well, I don't blame the consultants because they're given the parameters, they're looking at this project myopically. Now, I have a lot of experience. I have actually direct experience working with the Coastal Commission, building lift stations in the coastal zone. I've done that before, so I have that experience. And I would like to have an open discussion and let the public get informed. It would be, an informed public is a knowledgeable public, and it'd be good. The other aspect of this, as far as getting sea level rise and climate change, I've been, working, collaborating with the Ocean Protection Council since it started back in 2005, and when the Ocean Protection Council was developing their scientific advisory team, which is the Ocean Science Trust, been collaborating with them. Let's bring in the Coastal Commission. Let's bring in the Ocean Trust scientific advisory team and have a discussion about it, because I feel strongly that the direction the city's going, this is the biggest project that the city has in like 30 years. In the direction it's going to bankrupt the city, and we're going to lose our commodity, our reclaimed water rights, to the county or an outside source like LAFCO. Thank you.
Judy Salamanca and Robert Davis.
Good evening, Mayor Irons, council, and staff, and all the friends of Morro Bay. I'm Judy Salamanca, resident of Morro Bay. I'm here this evening without total numbers, without total pictures, without total of anything that has transpired in the last 12 days of Cabrillo San Salvador leaving Morro Bay yesterday, October 10th, about 2:30, with 22 passengers and a crew of 18 to sail to the suspected burial place of Juan Rodriguez Cabrillo. The Spanish galleon arrived out of the fog, which was really cool. On Thursday, September 29th, it was greeted by a flotilla of fishing boats, yachts, paddleboards, canoes, the survivors, and this was coordinated by the Morro Bay Yacht Club, and even 3 Tule boats by the Salinan tribe of San Luis Obispo and Morro Bay. The crew from San Diego Maritime and over 125 area community volunteers, coordinated by the Maritime Museum of Morro Bay, which was the port host, along with the city of Morro Bay and Morro Bay Tourism, directed over 10,000 people, visitors, school children, onto the ship, the San Salvador. This was a historic tour, the maiden voyage of Cabrillo's historic tour in 1542, and the full-scale replica was right here in Morro Bay for 12 days. Due to the shared revenue for the onboard tours and the sail passages, the Maritime Museum of Morro Bay, the official port host, will share 50-50 of all of those passages, not all the passages, but some of the passages and all of the attendees that crossed the gangplank of the San Salvador. And due to the our generous charter members of the 1542 Navigator Circle that was just completed a week before the San Salvador arrived, and this included Lynn and Midge Gentoo, who each volunteered the 1542 to We're Ready to Build. We've worked with every single department, and I want to thank every single one of you. And the council, recreation, chiefs, and Mr. Buckingham, and for helping us all along the way, and all of our volunteers. We have one more department to work with, and that will be the planning department. So we want to build next year. Thank you.
Thanks, Judy. Robert Davis, and then John Elliott.
Good evening. My name is Robert Davis. I'm speaking tonight as a private citizen to support Measure J on the November ballot. Measure J proposes to add a 1/2 cent sales tax to all county residents to improve our transportation system. Our streets and roads are a mess. We are not getting any money from the state or federal government to help us. They do not have any incentive to help us. We need to be pragmatic. We can rail against the legislature and we can blame Congress, but the fact is that we are not getting money for transportation improvements. Sacramento and Washington are dysfunctional. A healthy transportation system is essential to economic development. Our only source of money for projects that will deal with our transportation problems is going to be ourselves. Measure J, a 9-year plan to collect 1/2 cent sales tax, will provide a stable financing platform for the city. It will make it possible to make long-range plans for transportation improvements. Morro Bay has budgeted $587,000 this year for street repairs. That's Measure Q money, our city's 1/2 cent sales tax. Measure J will double that amount, an additional $600,000 per year for 9 years. And Morro Bay has committed to spend the entire $600,000 plus the $587,000 Measure Q money for local street reconstruction, rehabilitation, and repair. Period. That's all that the money can be spent for. In addition to street repairs, SlowCog will be able to help us pay for intersection improvements at the Main Street and Highway 41 intersection and a paved bike and pedestrian path from North Point to Cayucas. These are promises that are part of the initiative language and cannot be shifted. The average household in Morro Bay earns $55,000 per year and pays $875 per year in sales tax. Measure J will add $55 per year per family. In return, we will get $600,000 a year for street repairs, a new intersection at Highway 41 Main Street, and a new walking and biking path from Morro Bay to Cayucas. So the question that I put before Morro Bay voters is, are you willing to pay $55 more per year per household for 9 years to double our street repair budget, build a new paved bike pedestrian path, and fix the Main Street Highway 41 intersection? Thank you.
Thanks, Red. John Elliott, followed by Beverly Ford.
Good evening, Mayor, Council, and staff. I'm here to promote our downtown trick-or-treat and Embarcadero trick-or-treat, Morro Bay's Halloween trick-or-treat event. New attractions this year, and 100 businesses and a haunted trolley to thrill locals and visitors to Morro Bay. The third annual Morro Bay trick-or-treat event will be held on Halloween, Monday, October 31st from 3:30 to 5:30. Families of kids grade K through 8 and younger are invited to register for the costume contest and pick up a map at Grandma's Frozen Yogurt Courtyard, 307 Main Street and Morro Bay Boulevard after 3:15 p.m. on Halloween to follow the maps to businesses to get treats. Meet back at Morro Bay Boulevard and Main Street at 5 p.m. for a walking parade and awards to follow. A block party on Morro Bay Boulevard between Main Street and Market Street will feature games like cornhole and a giant Connect 4, haunted trolley, a DJ, and many businesses set up handing out treats in the closed-off area. The Centennial Staircase will be decorated for Halloween to provide families with a fun and safe pedestrian link to trick-or-treat between the Embarcadero and downtown. This is a City of Morro Bay signature sponsored event. Estero Bay Community Radio 97.3 The Rock and Morro Bay Chamber of Commerce are also this year's major sponsors. Special thanks to all the participating businesses this year. There will be a contest for the best decorated business as well. The deadline for business signups was actually yesterday, but if you're a business in the downtown or Embarcadero and would like to be included on the map, email info@morrochamber.org, and also in the closed off block party area, businesses outside of the Embarcadero and downtown are invited to set up a table and hand out treats and participate that way. And if you want to be included on the map, it will be listed, and you can also email info@morrochamber.org, and I'm requesting by tonight, hopefully, because the map is going to be at the very, very latest by Friday, because the map will be made on Sunday, and the info@morrochamber.com emails need to get forwarded to the right people making the maps. And any business after the deadline is welcome to participate. You just won't be on the map. And one last thing, if you're a business or if anyone you know would like to donate an item for the costume contest, you can also email info@morrowchamber.org. And thank you.
Thank you, John. Beverly Ford, welcome. And then Ken Vesterfeld.
Thank you, Council. Well, every few months I come and let you know what we're doing with your corner downtown, and I'm very pleased to say that we're in our third annual year of being able to provide several things that benefit our community. About 5 years ago, I created a center that was called One Hand Washes the Other, based on what my grandmother used to tell me as a farmer's child. I'm a farmer's daughter. And that one hand washes the other was an outreach to the Sunny Acres farm that's out there, the ranch that's out there on Los Osos Valley Road, where they teach individuals how to farm, but also how to live unanimously and together harmoniously in our community. So, as a licensed psychologist and as owner of Grandma's Frozen Yogurt, I want you to know that the one hand that washes the other is continuing to work for its third year. We volunteer to supervise interns that are going to be psychologists or counselors. They volunteer 10 hours a week out at the ranch to be able to help those in need. In exchange, they plant and grow the pumpkins, harvest them, and donate them to us. And as Morro Bay residents, we, Grandma's Yogurt and schools, we buy the pumpkins at $5 a piece. The kids decorate them, and that money goes directly to our library. No money out of pocket. So we're very happy, again, third annual, October 22nd, 1 o'clock, 2:30 is the decorating contest, and 3 o'clock is our hoedown, where we're having Queens of Heart return, Queens of Heart and AS, which is a bluegrass festival kind of thing that we're having there in the corner of Morro Bay Boulevard and Main Street. It's a family gathering. We invite you all to be there. Also want to thank John, who just was up here. I don't think that the community really understands how many countless hours he puts into gathering us all together, and we're just really pleased that the city is a part of that this year to be able to help us for the safety of the children downtown. I also just one more thing want to tell you, because the yellow light's on. On Wednesdays, we have a Wraps for Winter group, and you're welcome to come and knit and crochet with us. We made over 25 blankets and shawls, all kinds of things that we knit and crochet for the homeless and for those that are in facilities. So please join us from 11 till 1 on Wednesdays throughout the winter. Thank you.
Thank you, Beverly. Thank you. Ken Vesterfeld, and then Betty Winholtz.
Good evening, folks. Ken Vesterfeld, resident of Morro Bay. Tonight, there are a couple things. I'm representing Dan Brebs, who represents the Central Coast Little League and the Los Osos Little League baseball team. They are proudly presenting Play Ball Together, and it's a dinner and auction benefiting the Little League players in our community. It's going to be at the Morro Bay Community Center, 1001 Kennedy Way. At 5 p.m. Is when they come in, and 6 p.m. will be dinner. It's their hopes and goals that our generous donations will make the fall fundraiser a great success. This can only be possible with your support and generosity. I, as a former coach of Little League, of football and volleyball, know that it takes funds to generate this. A lot of us already had our children growing up, so we kind of forget about what it's like to represent the little sports league. So if you can support that, it's a silent and live auction will be held, as well as a 50-50 draw. And tickets are $35 each, $60 for two, and it is a buffet style, so you can go back as many times as you want. It's tri-tip, chicken, potatoes, beans, salad, bread, dessert, and beverages. And if you need more information, you can contact Robin Skaggs, Melissa Tucker, Matt Saunders, Kevin Rocha, and Lee Johnson. My second item is...
Can you just say the date, please? The date and time?
Sorry.
Thank you.
It is November the 5th, 2016, at the Morro Bay Community Center. Open doors at 5 p.m. and dinner at 6. Second item is, I guess, in case anybody doesn't know, there's an election going on, federal, state, and local. I, along with Kacho Kutsigan, have been a naturalized citizen, and one of the things that sticks in my mind when I'm standing up at the second row in front of 4,600 people is that the speaker said, it is not only a privilege, it is a right, and it is a duty to vote. I always respect anybody who chooses their candidate, but I may ask, just please go and vote. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ken. Betty Winholtz. And that's our last speaker slip for public comment.
Betty Winholtz. Before I get into comment on some agenda items, I want to announce, if you haven't already, that the football coach at the high school died on Saturday from complications from a surgery. So if any of you know any high school students, they're quite upset about it, and so I hope you would lend a shoulder or a kind ear to them. Returning to the agenda, I want to speak to item C1 and C4, since I will not be here for them. Item C4 is regarding the Planning Commission's recommendations to the Council regarding our design guidelines. And staff has supported the Planning Commission's recommendations in only one of 4 recommendations. But I want to support all 4 of the recommendations. And one of them has to do with the time period. The staff is recommending that we put it out for 24 months. The Planning Commission says 12, and I would hope that you would go with 12 also. This is a big item for us community people, what we have going on in our neighborhoods, and we'd like to see that taken care of sooner rather than later. In addition, the Planning Commission recommends that it be moved from an interim design guidelines to permanent, and again, that would give it more weight when they're talking to people at the counter in the planning department, and I think that's very important as well. And the 4th item on the list was that they recommend that this go to them, the Planning Commission, as opposed to the General Plan LCP Update Committee, which obviously seems obvious to me to be the right place to go, because that is the job of the Planning Commission, to take care of these kind of guidelines. Then I'd like to move on to this is item C1, where you're going to be dealing with the property. It doesn't show up but this is the map in your staff report. And I want to, there's probably not anyone sitting up here other than maybe Mr. Knuckles, and he's a young thing at the time. This project first surfaced, not this project, but the Tri-W's site back before the turn of the century, in the 1990s. And there's probably not a one of you here that know that, either on the dais or down below in staff, because you're not either old enough or you weren't living here then. I was here then, and there was a to-do about that. And so what I want to point out to you is, in your MOU of understanding, you have said in item number 8 that the larger background property, number 17, is you want to bring that into our sphere of influence. This is in the county. Our sewer plant proposal is actually in the county, and you intend to annex that, but you also want to bring in the other parcel. And I think it's real important that you be upfront with the public about that, because that opens the door to development. And I think that's the intent here. And then your item number 10 in your MOU addresses parcels 12 and 13. And this was the subject of a lawsuit back in the day and great controversy in the community. And I don't understand how you can say in item number 10 that these parcels have water meters. There's no structure. There's no, they're ag land, and you need to verify that. And if there are water meters, when were those put in? Because they weren't put in back in the day, and they shouldn't have been there unless you've put them in the last few weeks or months. So I'd like that clarified. Thank you.
Thank you, Betty. That concludes our public comment, and we'll bring it back to council and look for some follow-up on a couple questions, and might be easiest just to respond to the Ms. Winholtz on C4, that will be discussed at that particular item, sorry. And C1 will also be discussed. Were there any time to anything to respond to on that? Not at this time. We'll get it during that item. Okay. All right. Good. Any following comments? Any following comments? Boy, we don't need a mic with that guy back there. Any following comments? Okay. All right. See none. I'll conclude public comment. Thank you very much, and we'll move on to consent. Okay. Consent. We have 6 items on consent. Any items to pull on consent? A4. Okay. Anything else? Seeing none, I'll take I don't have any speaker slips for consent, so I'm going to just move on. So I'll take a motion to approve all items on the consent agenda with the exception of A4.
So moved.
Motion by Mr. Heading. Second by Ms. Johnson. Any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? None. Motion carries 4-0. On to A4. Mr. Smuckler.
Yes, I pulled A4, which is our water reclamation facility program updates. Because of the importance of the item, knowing we do have another item related to this later on the agenda, that I assume is Mr. Nunley going to be present tonight? Okay, so I did want to follow up with a couple of comments then about some of the accomplishments and milestones, many of which are I'm glad to see that we're moving through and looking forward to looking more closely at the results of some of the items that are listed here and getting a little better understanding about when we'd actually start to make some decisions based off this information. And in talking with Mayor Irons earlier, we both noticed that in the current process, we've got November 10th as a release date, as listed in the staff report for the draft, and recognizing that we have limited council meetings coming up here because of the holidays in November and December. It seems like there's enough interest from the community to work in at least I don't want to say a sneak peek, but a presentation of some of this information before the scheduled 10th date, because at that point we've missed our council meeting opportunity for the November regular scheduled council meeting, and then the December meeting's mostly a ceremonial meeting. So my thought was to just initiate a little bit of discussion to try to get the opportunity for the public, including the WRF-CAC, the chance to talk about some of the conclusions in here and information sooner. We hear some angst about the size of the lift station, for example. We hear the words giant being thrown around. We know we are due a conversation about things like the corporation yard as a component. In here, it's saying that we're still carrying that forward, even though we've been very clear that we want to keep the priority on the WRF system. So overall, I wanted to bring this up just to make sure that we're clear about when and where the community and the council are going to get a chance to talk about these details. I'm perfectly comfortable with the new council wading into the depth of the draft, but I think there's enough interest right now and actually speculation and I think some misinformation floating around that we need to have the conversation sooner than the new year, which it looks like it would be if I'm looking at the calendar correctly. So did want to kick that out there just for some discussion and make sure that we're keeping a close eye on how things are moving forward along with the WRF-CAC.
Okay, any other comments on that? So John or Christine? No? Thanks for bringing that discussion up. So per our report, as Councilmember Smuckler was talking about for November 10th, and so I think we do have an opportunity for the next council meeting to have more of this item in a business item type of discussion. You have a question?
Well, I don't mind waiting for you to make your remarks, but I did want to ask a question about the process in a second.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. And so I think that was kind of the question you were alluding to as far as timing and everything. So just want to check with staff as far as coming back with this particular item in more of a discussion form. Obviously, it's on consent. We can have that discussion now, but bring it back more for discussion on a business item at the next council meeting. We prepared to unfold something like that?
We can certainly present this report or a similar report at the next council meeting as a business item. Some of the things that Councilmember Smucker talked about, we won't have yet. We won't have the draft facility master plan details until I think it's November the 9th. That's why we're releasing it on November the 10th. But if you'd like to have more discussion on this and more of a presentation at the next council meeting, we could do that.
Okay. Kristen, you had a question?
Yes. So what the two of you, because you're linked on this item, because you're both on the technical committee, just wanted to point out while you're talking to one another, people probably just sometimes forget why. So what you're asking is that this comes off of consent and is a business item, so we can talk about schedule and timing and public input and things like that. Is that what you're mostly looking for, or specifically are you looking? Because my question is, I thought I'm wondering when the WRF-CAC is meeting again, because I feel like they were rescheduling their meeting to time with the release of this, or...
So the plan is to have a public workshop that goes through the facilities master plan on November the 14th. Evening workshop that would go through. People wouldn't have a chance to study it in great detail, but it would be a chance to lead the public through that. Then come back to the December WRF-CAC for them to ask questions. Also, there are many chapters of the FMP that have already been brought forward through the public process, and they're on our website. So a lot of the technical sizing, the process discussions, the lift station discussion, it's all those technical reports are on. So if folks want to start reviewing those now, it would be an appropriate time to look at those. And they'll be appendices to the FMP. So the FMP might be pretty thin, but with a big stack of appendices behind it that we've already had a chance to look at. It's really just how the site lays out, the final process sizing, because we've established some lab data, and then the cost estimates is what the meat of the new information that'll be coming through the FMP will be.
Okay, great, thank you. So that'll be happening after the next council meeting as well. So that doesn't do us, like I was saying, we could joint meeting there, but it doesn't seem like that would meet your needs. So what you all would like to do is take a look at this in 2 weeks as a business item and go through next steps before it gets released, to sort of just chew on it some more than a consent item. Is that right?
Yeah, I think part of it was typically on consent, we might pull an item for brief discussion, for clarification. Usually when it's noticed as a business item, we're prepared for more discussion. So is the community at that point. That was kind of the link there. So, and I don't know if, Noah, you want to comment any more on that?
Well, there are quite a few questions surrounding the lift station, for example, location there. We heard, and we'll talk about later on the MOU, some of the uses for the future property. I think the nature and size of this project calls for at least one more meeting with this council on the topic, and have Mr. Nunley as well as Mr. Livick in attendance would be good. Just to stay on top of the different questions that are floating around. I'm not at all concerned about trying to manage or influence the conclusions of the FMP. I'm looking forward to reviewing that as a draft, but there are items in here that we're continually hearing questions about, so I think it'd be worthwhile to give the community a chance to look them over, and it'll add to the conversation when the draft comes out and we get to that community workshop.
Okay.
Okay, well, as long as we know Mr. Nunley's going to be in town. Yeah, I mean, we just would hope that his schedule would be clear for that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Any more? You have comments?
I think given the testimony tonight, which was one of the unanswered questions when we actually gave feedback, that was given about the lift station. I think even though there may be clarification on the website, that would be part of it. I think there are numerous questions recently about financing and about the frequency with which we look at expenses and the oversight for expense utilization, et cetera. All of those with what you've mentioned, I would support it. I would think it'd be a good idea. So, with this existing council, yes.
Okay, good. Noah?
Yeah, and just to close for me also, I really appreciate some of the update about some of the things that we're pursuing for funds and alternative funding and loans and so forth. I do still have a keen interest in the climate adaptation and managed retreat component of this. I know we're planning on pursuing that as part of our effort in Washington and going forward. So if there was any thoughts about how we might leverage that, we know Coastal Commission has been historically very supportive of getting this facility off of the beach, out of the floodplain and tsunami zone. I'd like to see a little bit of a rehash about some of the risks of that general area. We know Coastal Commission has been very specific about that, and there's quite a bit of new information available now, even more than what we had previously, causing us to know and recognize that we needed to get this facility off the beach. So I'd like to see some additional information about that, some updates about how we would manage a lift station. And right now, the suggestion is the lift station would be on that site. And so getting some preliminary conversation going about that would be good.
So you'd like to have that discussion included in the next WRF update? Okay. We have support for that.
Mm-hmm.
So, looking at schedule and the agendas as well, kind of shuffling those things around. Any further comments?
I was just wondering, I know 2 weeks isn't really a long time, but I was wondering if we have touched base recently with Coastal and could receive some feedback just basically on, a status update from them, or anyway, giving them a status update from the city of Morro Bay and just maybe getting some input or some feedback as they would have time to do.
Yeah. I'm looking at, so there's...
Scott's going to be going to Coastal on Friday?
Yeah, we're going on Friday, so that's certainly something I could touch base with them on while we're talking general plan stuff. So,
okay.
Yeah, absolutely.
All right, good. So, general
And I would say
consensus there?
specifically about the comments that we've heard this evening about, public comment mentioned specifically Coastal would or wouldn't want to weigh in on some aspects of the project, so we could just clarify with them.
Specifically related to the lift station and
Exactly.
those types of things.
Yeah, that's just would be great to have
Absolutely.
some direct feedback from them.
Yeah, absolutely.
Just, if I may, two other comments. One, also weigh in on the water board and maybe any discussions you might have had recently with them and some of the information that has come up. And also, are we talking about actually doing this in lieu of the quarterly full update, or would we be doing this twice? Because we do have the quarterly scheduled for November help me out.
15th.
15th?
Next quarterly update is due in December.
Oh, December.
Okay.
But we
Last was August, was it not?
We could pull something together.
This would be in lieu of then, correct?
Right.
Okay, thanks.
So, 2 weeks, we feel okay in kind of managing the requests for this next WRF discussion?
We'll get as much together as we can in the 1 week between tomorrow and when the staff report is
Okay.
have to be released.
Yep. Okay. Thanks. Any other comments? Seeing none? Okay. I'll
move approval of A4.
Okay,
Second.
We have a motion by Mr. Smuckler, second by Mr. Heading. Further discussion? Any? None? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? None? Motion carries 4-0. That concludes our consent agenda. And at this time, if we could just take a 5-minute recess, and then we'll come right back. Okay, thanks. Thank you. Welcome back. Moving on, next item on the agenda, we're moving into our business items. Item C1 is approval of memorandum of understanding for future purchase of the South Bay Boulevard Water Reclamation Facility site. We have Mike Nunley as a staff report on this, but we'll turn to our city manager to open on this, and then perhaps...
Okay. Thanks, Mayor Ernst. I'm going to do the presentation tonight. So this is the purpose of this is to provide the public an update on MOU negotiation for the preferred wharf site and to get council approval of the proposed MOU. Staff recommends that the council approves the MOU as presented in the published staff report. A little bit of quick background. On June the 14th of this year, a few months ago, council directed staff to proceed with planning and permitting at the South Bay Boulevard site. Along with facility master planning and the environmental work, the staff began negotiating an MOU with the property owner. The staff required a rough draft of the facility master plan before we could finalize the MOU to make sure that we were purchasing the right amount of property, or not purchasing yet, but entering an MOU in order to purchase the right amount of property for the wharf. And so that was a little bit of a delay, but we're all set. Following council closed session review week before last, staff completed the negotiation with the property owner and their representative, and the property owner is ready to sign the MOU once the council approves it also. So should you approve the MOU tonight, then we anticipate that both the property owner and the city will complete this by the end of the week without any issues. Just a brief update on the negotiation, sort of how that went. Those things are normally conducted behind the scenes, as you know. We want to make sure the public is aware of how that negotiation was completed. So the negotiation centered primarily on how much property to acquire, or really which property to acquire. The city was focused on acquiring the minimum property that was essential to conduct Phase 1 and Phase 2 of the water reclamation facility components. That approximately 8 to 10 acres is what is required for that, based on the really rough facility master planning input that we have from our facility master planners. And I'll just note that's quite consistent with what we've been planning all along for this site. The property owner understandably did not want to end up with unusable property associate near the wharf, what some people call a lollipop parcel, where you might have a piece of property, say a 10-acre circle, that's only connected to the edges of the property by an easement. That really doesn't leave the property owner with much usable property, and so they requested that we square off the corners essentially in order to have a reasonable site that left them with usable property also. The city is thus prepared to enter an MOU to eventually purchase a 30-acre parcel in the southeast corner of the owner's large piece of property. Here is a map depicting the area. I'll just take a moment and point this out. So this is Highway 1 here. This is South Bay Boulevard right here. This piece of property is the Tri-W property that is within the city limits. That's not the property that we've been talking about for some time. This piece of property is the 415 acres that is owned by the seller that's in the counties, that's outside the city boundary in the county. The piece of property, the blue depicts roughly where we believe that the water reclamation facility, both Phase 1 and Phase 2, will actually sit. And here you see the boundaries of the 30 acres that we are have an MOU now to agree to purchase in time, at the appropriate time. Zooming in a little bit on that. So here is Casa del Flores. This is the interchange of South Bay Boulevard and Highway 1. This is the property here. A few things I'll note. So first, the access from Highway 1 and South Bay Boulevard is right here. Second is that there is for most of the eastern edge here, there is a 50-foot buffer built in between the creek and the edge of the property, and that's based on some environmental requirements. This piece right here is a 2.6 acre easement. The city will be purchasing that, and then over the top of that, there will be an access and utilities easement in order to provide the city access to our property, but also to give the property owner access and utility access to the remainder parcel, the 475 acres or 85 acres of the 385 acres of the remainder parcel. So this is the 2.6 acre utility and access easement. The blue represents the approximate footprint of how we think the water reclamation facility will eventually sit on the piece of property. Here you see the boundaries of the 27.6 acre parcel that the city is prepared to enter an agreement to purchase. And then right here, you've seen this, but there's actually a pretty sizable hill right here that actually masks the back 2/3 of this property, at least, from very well from Highway 1. A number of the financial details. By law, the city cannot complete this purchase before the environmental documents are complete, so we are calling this the preferred site, and we will not enter a purchase agreement or actually consummate the purchase until the environmental documents are complete. Also, by law, the city cannot pay more than fair market value for the property as determined by an appraiser. So there was really no price negotiation. There was agreement that will pay fair market value based on a California licensed appraiser's valuation, fair market valuation of the property. Based on recent appraisals of comparable property in the area, the purchase price will likely be about $10,000 an acre. That's probably at the high end for today's dollars, which would be about $300,000 for the entire 30 acres. And per the MOU, the city agrees to compensate up to $5,000 of the seller's legal fees that are associated with this sale. So, couple of details of the MOU. The property is as described, as I just pointed out in the previous slides. The purchase price is, as I just described, it'll be based on an appraisal. The city will purchase the property within 45 days of a legally settled environmental impact report on the property. The city is given full access to the property until the time of our purchase, so that'll allow us all the access that we need to continue our master planning and assessment of the area. The city agrees to process with LAFCO for annexation of the 30-acre city parcel, and it's important to note that in this case, that parcel is contiguous to the city boundaries already, so this will not be an island annexation. It is actually will be a small 30-acre extension to the city's existing boundaries. The city is also agreeing to process to include the remainder parcel in the city's sphere of influence. And finally, the city agrees to improve and maintain that access easement that I pointed out on the eastern side of the property, and that is we're going to need to do that anyway to build and operate and maintain the reclamation facility at that point. So in summary, the MOU for the South Bay Boulevard site is completed in accordance with the council's general and specific direction. There was a slight waiting of awaiting for the draft FMP to be out so we could confirm that we were getting the property that was required based on our facility master planning. The city is going to purchase or poised to purchase the 10 essential acres plus the 20 acres that are required by the property owner, but that also mask the site. The cost is fixed by appraisal, likely should not be over $300,000. And the MOU, the MOU, if approved by council tonight, will be fully executed by the mayor and the property owner this week. So that completes the presentation, and our recommendation is that the council approve the MOU as presented. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for staff? Look to my right. No? You want to leave us up? Any questions? We'll
Sure.
complete our questions and open it up for public comments, but I don't have any speaker slips at this time, just to let the audience know.
Yeah, I did have one quick question related to Ms. Winholt's comments on the MOU. She was focused on number 8 and 10, items 8 and 10, about the annexation and her concern of what would happen with the remainder of the property. And this one's to Mr. Graham. My assumption is the remainder of the property, if it is annexed, will be included in our general plan update as part of that process.
It is right now, because we were sort of looking into the crystal ball, and this is one of the sites we were looking at. We had Michael Baker International, our consultant for the general plan and LCP update, incorporate that as one of the areas potentially to expand our sphere, because we need to have our sphere cover the area if we're going to do annexations. And so we looked at that area as well as some of the areas out 41 and some of the areas to the north. We're picking up some of the adjacent Chevron properties. So those are if you looked at the current maps right now, that it picks up those areas specifically.
Okay, great. And then related to that, but a little more broadly, we know that Coastal Commission was very clear in their denial of the previous project on the beach that they are supportive of us relocating, but they also cautioned us against all along against the potential for growth inducement based on new water resources, and that they are going to look very closely at ensuring that we don't use the new water to basically justify new development, particularly beyond the city's sphere or into open space. So just wanted to bring that up and ask staff if we've had any follow-up conversations and how this sort of annexation could be viewed by Coastal in that light, and likely their requirement of some language for growth inducement avoidance due to the project itself.
Have we had much in the way of conversations recently with them? No. Are we going to have conversations with them on Friday about this? Yes. It's actually one of the items and one of the points that we want to go over with them, how we deal with some of these areas, because as the council's aware, our current sphere of influence is snapped to our boundary line, and we're proposing potentially to have it go outside of that, mostly for the potential for conservation purposes at this point. And I don't know that would, in keeping the areas, keeping a buffer between us and the properties that are out there, and buffer to the development that might happen in the county beyond us. And so those are the types of conversations we're going to have with them to see what they think about that. And so we're probably going to be crafting, their direction is probably going to relate to crafting policy that makes sure that that's clear why we're doing it. Yeah.
John?
No questions.
Christine?
I do. I have two questions. One is kind of an explanation, just for purposes for folks who are watching, and maybe could we clarify the difference between an annexation and then clarify what the sphere of influence means? We really haven't set that out.
I mean, an annexation would be the smaller piece. Well, map's not up there, but the smaller piece that the city is looking to place the wastewater treatment plant, and the smaller piece that the city is looking to purchase. The annexation would be bringing it into the city, because right now it's in the county, and so we'd be carving that out of the larger piece of property that's owned by Tri-W, and then bringing that into the city. A sphere of influence is just looking at parcels that are on the exterior or the outside of the city's boundary line, and there are many reasons you would want to potentially expand your sphere of influence. One of them is for development purposes, to have sort of land in reserve in the future. Those would be the first areas that you would be able to annex into the city to provide new development to. Or you look at it for mostly the reasons that we're looking at it as part of the general plan and LCP update is really for conservation purposes, and to have a little bit of a say, at least in our land use planning documents, about what we'd like to see happen in those areas, creating green space buffers and things like that. So those are the typical kind of reasons you see for cities and jurisdictions, including expanding a sphere of influence beyond beyond their boundary lines.
Okay, great. Thank you very much for the explanation. And then this is also the bullet point right before, actually in the MOU detail slide, when we state that the city will purchase the property within 45 days of a legally settled environmental impact report, just what would legally settled entail specifically?
That can happen in two ways. One is if the EIR is approved, the project is approved, a notice of determination is filed, and no one sues in 35 days after that notice of determination, then it's legally settled. If someone does sue, then legally settled means when a court says it's legally settled.
Probably longer than 35 days.
Yes.
Okay. And then just as a general question, how would the tone of the negotiations been with the property owner?
I'll take that. Fantastic. That they are a very, all four of us have been in those meetings. It's a very willing seller. The negotiation has been, there really hasn't been a negotiation. It's except for figure out where the property line goes, and that's sort of what we were waiting on. And other than that, it's been exceptional.
As an example of that, when we've received a version of the MOU and we looked at it, made a bunch of changes, they didn't hesitate with the changes.
Okay, great. Thank you. That's all.
Thanks. I just want to touch on the sphere of influence as well. Serving as an alternate on the LAFCO board, my understanding, the sphere of influence was already in the LAFCO's agenda, so to speak, as soon as we started our general plan LCP update. There was already discussions on revisiting sphere of influence within the city of Morro Bay due to one time, and then the other updating our general plan. So not necessarily this MOU is tied to a sphere of influence as much as the general plan and LCP. Would that be fair?
That's absolutely correct. So when I started working here about 2.5 years ago, a little bit less than that, LAFCO contacted me pretty much right after I started and said, hey, you're due for a sphere of service review. And they typically conduct them every 5 years. And so they reached out, and then as part of that initial conversation, I said, well, we're looking to do a general plan update. And they said, oh, okay, well, we're going to wait till you're done with your general plan update, and then we'll come back in and talk to you because you'll be generating a lot of material that would be similar to the review that they would be doing. And so there's a lot of analysis that goes into those types of things, as well as analysis that goes into evaluating what it means to expand the sphere. So all of those things are sort of in play. And that's why they sort of took a little bit of a pause and said, we're going to let the city finish your process, and then we'll pick up the review once you're done.
And so primarily the result of our general plan, and you could probably speak a little bit to some of the open space interests within the sphere of the city will inform criteria involving that sphere of influence. And as you alluded to earlier, usually when you adjust sphere of influence, it's either for development or conservation, and we're already in the conservation preservation type of interest.
We're really looking for green space buffers and those types of things. Okay. People have come forward, the public has come forward and said those are things that they're interested in. We have Morro Bay Open Space Alliance, which is, provided comment on the general plan and LCP update. And they've provided similar comments that they have an interest in that, and I've attended a few of their early on meetings where that was put forward as well. So that's what we're doing. We're going through that process right now. We've also it's kind of interesting. LAFCO has actually provided us comment at the end of last week on some of our key issues and policies that are identified in the key issues and policies document that we're going to sit down with the Coastal Commission and discuss, make sure we're on the right path on Friday.
So it seems like there's already good alignment amongst multiple agencies as we're updating our general plan. Just with that comment.
I'll often, talk to a lot of the representatives from the various agencies and I let them know when we're releasing new documentation. So you can thumb through it and see if there's anything that you want to weigh in on or not, that type of thing. And they did choose to weigh in on some of the information that we recently released. So that was
great,
positive.
Great, thanks. The other one, question from Ms. Winholtz, item 10, water meter. So did you capture that question, and can you respond to that, please?
There are existing water meters serving the parcels within the city limits. They've been there as long as I've worked for the city. Not sure about their history, but they have existing water meters out there. I believe that they're for filling of stock ponds.
Is there any other concern, or that's basically the water meter of itself, as you're saying, somebody has the ability to use that?
It has ability to use it probably for not satisfying their total development needs, because it would probably serve one single family home. I think they could, on the commercial visitor serving area, develop more than that with a single family home. So they have to come in and actually build water mainline infrastructure into the site should they choose to develop that, and should that be approved.
Okay, great. You want to follow up?
And just to confirm, Ms. Winholtz is referring to, and when she says water meters, she's talking about as you said, within the city limits, the parcel 068, 401, 013, and 012, not the current parcel that we're looking at for the WRF or the related property outside of the cities.
I don't know of any city water services that serve those the parcels outside of the city limits there. I mean, we serve parcels outside the city limits, but just not there.
Yeah, so that is actually not related to our current process in this MOU.
Correct.
Thank you.
And just following up on that, the MOU language specifically identifies the property that's in the city. That's the only property it's talking about.
Just to clarify here on the map, where this is the 415-acre parcel owned by the same folks who own this parcel here. This one is within the city limits. There are currently a few water meters that serve that parcel. I've seen a horse trough, cow trough up there with water in it. Perhaps that's the sort of thing it's been serving for as long as Rob's been with the city. I can assure you that they were not put in there in the last couple of months. And the MOU for purchasing this, the seller just wanted to confirm that the city would not remove the existing water meters that are on that adjacent but unrelated parcel.
Just my last comment there would be, along with that, we're all well aware, contrary to Mrs. Winholt's comments, of the restrictions of development on that property based on the voter initiative. We talk about that regularly and respect the will of the voters on that.
Thanks, Noah. With that, I'll open it for public comment. Ms. Metzger, and then Bart Beckman.
Tina Metzger, Morro Bay. I think you've answered most of my questions concerning number 8 and number 10 in the MOU. I just wanted to make sure that the Measure H is respected concerning this MOU and this modifying the sphere of influence to include the remainder of the property. I'm assuming you mean 017. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Beckman?
Bart Beckman, Morro Bay. First of all, I think this is fantastic that you've moved along to get the MOU. I've been one of those advocating for we need to get to this point, and I think you've done that. I think it's reasonable the way you've drawn the boundaries. It's really more of a curiosity. There were two ranchers who sat right there, were very impressive on their concerns, and their major concerns seemed to be they were okay with the basic facility, probably with solar panels, because people wouldn't come there to look at solar panels, but they were curious about the corporate yard. I personally would not have a problem with the corporate yard there, but it seemed like they would have had a problem with the corporate yard, and that was kind of where they're coming from. So I have to assume that the basic footprint and facilities that would go there would have been resolved. And I'm just, like I said, it's more of a curiosity as to what you've included in the footprint, and more specifically, is a corporate yard there. Again, I don't have a problem if it is. I'm just curious if it is. Thank you.
Thank you. That concludes the public comment. We have one more coming up for public comment. Anybody else for public comment on this?
I'm Bob Keller, Morro Bay. We've been working on this for a long time, and I think we're coming to a conclusion. So I advise the City Council to approve the staff report authorizing the execution of the MOU. It's time we move on, and I feel we're moving in the right direction. I consider this the preferred site, because you can't find a perfect site. There's no such thing, I think, as a perfect site, but this is next to perfect. So I think we should move on, and I think we're finally going on our way, Morro Bay. Thank you.
Thank you, Bob. I'm going to close public comment. Closed public comment. Okay, thank you. And we'll bring it back to council, and we'll start discussion on this. Christine, would you start us off?
Certainly. Had a feeling you were coming over here because you went for questions over there first. Following the pattern.
Switch?
Finally figuring out the pattern after 4 years.
There is no pattern.
Well, I think I see what I want to see, I guess. Okay. Tonight is, for me, and likely for staff, council, and community, a moment to take a pause and reflect how far we've come in a short amount of time, considering the magnitude of our largest infrastructure project that our community has ever embarked upon. And we did not build the power plant. The power plant had a corporation who built that. Obviously, that's the largest piece of infrastructure in our community, but we didn't build that. And we are charged with building our largest ever infrastructure project that will last many times beyond our lives here and will reach into the next 2 or 3 generations of Morro Bay residents. So I have to just take a moment and say that we've come a very long way since January 2013, when Coastal Commission denied a project based quite honestly on its site location. And that was at least a 7-year project, depending upon how you start to count the years. And that was at least a $2 million journey to land at the site that was on the ocean front, and ultimately denied by the permitting agencies. So to start from ground zero in January 2013 and to build back public participation, numerous outreaches, thousands of comments, billions of emails. Well, maybe not that many, but certainly you probably felt like you sent a billion, and I felt like I received a billion. That this is a moment that we can all feel proud of, because it showed that we're listening to one another, that we're able to engage in respectful conversation about the details of a large project that will last 60, 70 decades potentially, as the current site is pushing 6 decades, 60 years. So I would be remiss if I didn't take a moment and mention that. Also, finally, I do appreciate Mr. Beckman's comments, and I remember a few months ago that he did also say that, I will support the South Bay Boulevard site from my end, as it's the way to go. And I appreciate you coming forward and saying that. I would think that even though we don't have many of those residents here tonight, I would certainly hope that they must be at home watching comfortably on their couches from specifically the Ponderosa and the Nutmeg neighborhoods, because moving to the South Bay Boulevard site does show that not only is the council and staff responsive to those concerns expressed around the potential of using the Rigetti site for this, it also shows that the majority of the residents in the city of Morro Bay also felt that those residents' expressed concerns were valid and did not come out in droves to say otherwise. So we have a project that is moving forward. Fortunately, this South Bay Boulevard site, as we're calling it now, was our number 3 on our list from the beginning, 3 years ago. We kept coming back to it, but it just, for whatever reason, wasn't the place that ended up being preferred at that time. Other places seemed to emerge, seemed that they were perhaps cleaner and simpler. As it turns out, nothing's really simple. But I'm grateful for this site. Most people that I speak to in the community are grateful that we've been able to find a location that meets the majority of our needs. And lastly, people are really happy that we're not fighting about it. And you don't have to look too far away, unfortunately, from our city to see that there are communities that do fight over these things, and they fight for a very long time, and it's to everyone, and everyone loses. So another thing about this site is that it's well protected from most neighborhoods. It's in a good location far from any kind of catastrophic event that could happen in terms of a tsunami run-up. It's also gives us, most importantly, the ability to have water independence. So our community does not have multiple sources of water. We have one. And it is, as you know, state water, very expensive and somewhat risky source right now in our new normal of living with droughts. So looking forward to having local control over our operation of the facility and also having local control of how we use the water that will come out of that facility 5 to 7 years, fully ready and recyclable. So looking forward to the city of Morro Bay controlling our own destiny. It's also an added benefit to control our own destiny in terms of open space and green space buffers. So going into an area where we can encourage that kind of space moving forward also is a gift we give to the generations after us. I'm happy this is not an island annexation. I think that's just slightly awkward. We could have had to do that, would have been fine to do it, but I'm glad it isn't. Another thing about the open space, I don't know how many of you are following along with what the county is talking about in terms of new regulations and new ordinances in terms of their housing policies. But certainly, as many folks living around the Rigetti property did learn, that property is not controlled by the city, and many uses could come up on that site depending upon the private owner's wishes. So encouraging open space, encouraging green space as a buffer moving forward, especially when you see that the county is reassessing how they're going to develop many of their lands, it may give different incentives based on some of their discussions and some of their initiatives, whatever shakes out. It may give some of these ag parcels owners different kinds of motivation to do different kinds of things on that property. So it's wise and a good thing to blend into our infrastructure, creating our new infrastructure to also build in green space. So kind of a benefit that I wasn't sure, didn't see it coming, but glad it's here. So those are my comments. Fully support the MOU. Appreciate that we have a very, very good partner in the Tri-W Corporation. And looking forward to moving on and getting to the exciting stuff, which is construction. Thank you.
Thanks, Christine. John?
Thank you. I also fully support the MOU as presented. Christine covered a lot of ground, no pun intended. And I don't want to be repetitious, but some of it I think deserves repetition. From the standpoint of the magnitude of this project, this isn't a small project that moves forward very rapidly, as I think many of us would like to see projects like this move. It behooves us as a council, as a city, to vet this, and I say vet this, and do due diligence to excess to make sure that we end up with the right project or the best project possible. And in looking back, I don't have any fault for the time that it took to look at alternative sites. And remember, we started out with maybe 15 and then 11 or 10 and then narrowed it down to 3 or 4, and now we have a site. And that iterative process, I believe, has served us well as a city and as a council, but mainly as a staff in terms of the work that you have done. And I think it's a time to celebrate. I really do. And getting here might have seemed difficult and for many of us tedious, and it was, but rightly so in terms of vetting it appropriately. And so I think noise level also is an indicator of the appropriateness of a project and a site, and the noise level is low right now, and with the previous sites, the noise level was high. I think that's an indicator. So I think we've ended up with probably the best site that we possibly could have looked at. It brings us many things that Christine has outlined, but most of all, it brings us a project that will serve our grandchildren and great-grandchildren well into the future. And so I'm proud to be part of the decision-making process and supporting this MOU and moving forward. Thanks to staff for all the work that you've done and continue to do in the project.
Thanks, John. Noah?
Yes, thank you. And I agree with both John and Christine on this, and we'll just briefly summarize a couple of my thoughts. One is the value of this property and the price. Both are very high for us, and a component that I think is maybe not being considered as strongly by some, but I think is going to give us some better opportunity down the road is the introduction of the Chorro Valley much more quickly, and the well field that we have in the Chorro Valley to add to our plans in the Morro Valley to get to water self-sufficiency, as Christine pointed out. So my anticipation is that we may not see that be our number one area of reuse, but to have an option there is something that I think will come into play and be of value to the community down the road. Just to close also, I'm not afraid of the annexation. I actually welcome that. I observe some of the same things that Christine pointed out with the safeguards when property is in the county's control, and we have a much stronger local control with it in city limits and safeguards and processes that give us the opportunity and the community opportunity to review different proposals that come through. In the county, I'll take our city's process over the county's process any day to make land use decisions. So I'm looking forward to approving this and moving on and continuing the progress.
Great, thanks. Thanks for all the comments. They've covered more than I would necessarily care to repeat, but in an agreeable way. But some of the process things I will comment on. First of all, it couldn't be more timely. You know, we talk about updating our general plan and local coastal plan. Interestingly, our current wastewater treatment plant, obviously denied by the Coastal Commission under our current general plan and local coastal plan. So by actually getting to a preferred site, getting to this MOU, in the mid stage of developing a general plan and local coastal plan, all these things are going to be informed, as a result of this, in addition with this site involved. So those types of alignments are pretty exciting. There's a lot of, big decisions and, good alignments that should happen with a project of this magnitude and lining up with the general plan and local host plan, the guiding document that we work with. So that's pretty cool. And then thinking back, as Councilmember Heading was talking about, all the number of different sites, I think early on, one of the comments that was made to me, trust the process. And the process isn't, necessarily a straight line. We actually determined various sites, this one included, and with input from our current joint partner at our wastewater treatment plant, Cayucas, they were excited about the California Men's Colony as an alternate. So we took 6 months exploring that option. And, when we talk about how much time we've spent on this, we've done it with consideration. We've done it with, we have a partner, we wanted to explore that. Let's look at CMC. We did. And then we got back to these 3 sites and ultimately circled back to the one we're at today. So that's part of the story, but, it's trusting the process and trusting the community. And I think some of the comments about the volume in which we're seeing tonight. So I'll conclude my comments there. But I'm glad to have tonight here, and I'd like to thank staff for their work on this. Great to hear that the property owners and people involved in working through this, that was a good experience for staff as well, because that's due. So with that, I'm concluded with my remarks, and I would take a motion.
So there, I would make a motion that City Council approve the Memorandum of Understanding for future purpose of the South Bay Boulevard Water Reclamation Facility, WRF site.
We have a motion by Ms. Johnson, a second by Mr. Smuckler. And any comments or none? With all that, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? None. Motion carries 4-0. Thanks very much. Congratulations, everyone. Moving on to item C2. Item C2 is discussion and direction regarding the proceeds from sale of real property at 2783 Coral Avenue. And Mr. Buckingham, you want to introduce our finance director on this report?
I certainly will. I'll introduce both of our finance directors. Seated behind me, Mr. Smollinger, our new finance director. This is pretty good. He's presenting his first presentation to council on work day 7. So with that, I'll turn it over to Craig.
Great, thank you. Dave, do you have a clicker or something? We can work through that. Thanks, sir. All right, thank you. Craig Smollinger. I'm happy to be here. As Dave mentioned, day 7. I'm looking forward to serving the city council, all the departments, residences, and businesses moving forward. So hopefully it's a relatively smooth transition between Susan and I. We've got a few weeks, so looking forward to it. So item before you is a discussion and direction being sought regarding the sales proceeds from a city-owned property at 2783 Coral Avenue. So staff's recommendation to the council in concert with the Citizens Oversight and Finance Advisory Committee, otherwise known as CFAC, is to give direction to staff to utilize proceeds from the property sale to pay down a portion of the fire administration building debt. In other words, the loan repayment for the USDA loan taken out in 2011. So the fiscal impact on the property sale revenue side for the Coral Avenue property, the full sale price was agreed upon with the buyer of $799,000. The down payment, you'll actually notice in the staff report, there's a note on there that we were expecting the down payment. Since this was written and published, we have since received that down payment. So we do have those funds on hand, which is roughly $44,000. And that figures the $50,000 minus 50% of the closing and escrow costs, which were agreed upon, and the initial component of the sales commission. So the terms of that sales agreement and subsequent revision to the sales agreement are a 36-month secured note with 5% annual interest going forward. Those interest payments on that 5% of annual interest are due every month, and those start on November 1st, and those go until the maturity date of that loan. So the maturity date of the loan is September 30th, 2019. So let's say, excuse me, the entire note carries to the maturity date. We're looking at roughly $103,000 in just interest payments alone, outside of that $799 that we talked about just a second ago. So switching over to the recommendation side of the house, so the fire administration building debt, so that loan repayment. The current owed amount on the principal of that is about $1.386 million. So the anticipated reduction in principal owed, once you remove some of those closing costs, the escrow costs, and the sales commission costs, the city would be due to receive $769,000 for just the principal, so that does not include the interest payments. And that was done intentionally because we don't know when it will be paid off in full. So we don't know what those total payments would look like. As we mentioned, it could be up to $103,000. It could be nothing if we receive, all the payments as of tomorrow or in the next month or so. So if we were to use the entirety of those proceeds, the $769,000, and kind of knock down the principal amount of the debt for the fire administration building, we're knocking the principal down to $617,000, roughly. I got a little ahead of myself about the interest payments there. And the option would avoid significant interest payments going forward. So it would be less principal where the interest would be due on that principal moving forward. So a little more about that. The annual payments would not actually be reduced. So it would actually just reduce the time frame for the payments. So we'd be jumping ahead in our loan payments. So instead of having the current year or the current trend to pay off that loan would kick it out to the year 2041. If we were to utilize that total $769,000, that would drop it down to roughly 2025, depending on when we receive that payment. So the 2025 date would be the soonest if we received all those funds, the $769,000 today or in the next month or so. So in all likelihood, that would be kicked out depending on when we receive those proceeds. Interest rate on the loan that we have, so our loan with the USDA for the fire administration building is 3.75%. And the potential interest payment avoidance would be up to $673,000, which is a sizable chunk. You're almost getting, kind of doubling your money. But I want to exercise caution with that number. That assumes we get every penny of that principal payment within the next month or so. So with every month that we don't get those sales proceeds, which could go out 36 months, as noted in the actual sales agreement, that'll kind of reduce that number a little bit. So that's kind of the high water mark. And just a little bit of the background, just to kind of tie this thing together. The property was dedicated to the city for fire station purposes in association with the Cloisters residential subdivision some time ago. And subsequent to that, the city determined the site was not well suited for a fire station, and city council directed sale of the property. So went forward, hired our real estate agent, and the city council later approved a sale agreement for the full sale price that was mentioned earlier. And then there was a subsequent First Amendment for the property. And the Planning Commission on April 19th, 2016, via resolution, made findings that the sale of the vacant city-owned property was consistent with the general plan. So kind of the why, outside of those high interest avoidance numbers and paying down the loan at a much higher or faster clip than otherwise would be available. On September 20th of 2016, the CFAC voted 5-0 to recommend to the City Council utilize the sale of the proceeds for this purpose. And then staff concurs for a couple of reasons. One of the major reasons is because the property was dedicated to the city for fire station purposes. So it seemed appropriate to utilize this revenue stream to pay down the debt associated with a subsequently built fire station. Second to that, I'm kind of beating a dead horse here. Apologies, I might do that from time to time. But we'd be avoiding some, or would be limiting our financial obligation going forward associated with this fire administrative building loan. So some of the alternatives available for use of these sale proceeds are to allocate the revenue from the sale of the subject property, either in part or the entirety of that amount, to an alternative source at the City Council's pleasure, or direct all or a portion of the proceeds from the sale to be directed to the general fund as an unobligated source for future programming utilization. Basically taking it in and then utilizing that as just our total general fund revenue going down the line. So it'd be unobligated in essence right now. As mentioned, the recommendation is to work in concert with CFAC's recommendation to utilize this funding to pay down that USDA loan for the fire administration building. So with that, I don't have any fun graphics or anything like that, or lasers that I can point to. But
we're looking forward to those fun graphics at a later report.
Maybe day 10 I'll get there,
yeah,
but not day 7.
Okay. Thanks very much. Appreciate that. And with that, we'll turn over for questions before we open up for comment. John, you want to start us off on questions?
Yes. And thank you, Craig, for answering the questions that I had earlier. And I don't know if you had them in your presentation, but I'm glad they're there. And thank you, Mr. Buckingham, also for your answers to questions that I had. Additional questions that come up would be prioritization of revenues for the city. I get the notion that this site was in the cloisters and was initially determined to be useful in the future for siting a fire station. And given that, the association with paying down the debt on the existing loan that we have for the existing fire station, which does present a significant offset of interest that you've outlined, which may be over $600,000 or may not. Did the CFAC or staff discuss other priorities that this money might be used for that might be of a higher value and or more important to the city vis-a-vis streets, etc.?
Good evening. I'll get to make one last statement before I'm gone. CFAC was pretty adamant that they felt it was very important to pay down the debt with it. They wanted the money devoted to the fire station, and there wasn't any discussion of using it for any other purposes. They were pretty much convinced the best way to use it was the way that it was initially proposed to be used for, and that was for the fire station.
I'll also add, just because it didn't perhaps come through completely clearly in the presentation, but it did in the staff report, that it is, although Craig rightly based his numbers on a specific point in time and chose next month, it is highly unlikely that we'll see this this note paid off probably for 18 months, Scott, at best.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
it will likely be 18 months to 2 years before the city receives the funds. So since we asked the question, the CFAC was answering the question for this point in time, not for 2 years down the road. And at this point in time, based on the CFAC's recommendation, the best thing to do if we were to get those funds this month would be to pay down the fire station loan. They did not ask the question, what if we get them in 2 years, because we don't know what our fiscal economic situation will be in 2 years.
So then I take it that I get the CFAC was adamant about using this to pay down the fire station debt. And I always appreciate the input from our advisory boards, but our job is also to further vet the information and make comments regarding that. So my next question is, did staff or does staff have thoughts about alternative uses of this fund or these dollars coming in, given the fact that the interest rate is fairly low at this point in time versus what it might have been, at a much higher rate? Would there be better alternative uses possibly for this that could be more advantageous to the city, like streets, etc.? And that's a staff question. Any discussion on that? Any thoughts about that?
No, I'd say that the staff asked the CFAC for their input. We did not see an overwhelming reason to have a different opinion. I would say again, though, that were you asking this question in 18 months or 24 months if the cash were on hand, then perhaps the recommendation would be different. But based on today, we didn't have any concerns concurring with the CFAC's recommendation.
Thank you.
Noah?
Yes, just a quick question then, as far as the process going forward, and assuming the payments come in over time, if we approve the recommendation tonight as it's stated, would we then establish a special fund to accept those payments, and then when they're in full, that's when they would be distributed or reallocated to pay off the loan, or were you anticipating transferring those to loan payments as they were received?
We actually have two bank accounts at Rabobank. One is a reserve fund and one is the debt service fund. So those monies would be transferred into one of those two accounts, and as soon as we received a good portion of the money that we could pay down on, pay some additional principal down with the USDA, I'd have to contact the USDA and see how they'd want to receive the money. If they would want us to hang on to those, keep it in an interest-bearing account, and then give it to them all in one lump, or if they would take large, chunk payments like $100,000 or something like that.
But it would be within those funds a special line item, so it could be tracked and so forth.
Yes.
Okay.
Oh yes, it is in a separate bank account.
Separate bank account within that account, a separate line item outlining those funds as they're received.
Yes.
So, okay, that'll lead to some of my comments later then. Thank you.
Christine?
Those are great questions from everyone else prior to me. My question's just about process. So this is something that came forward, discussed in the community. What's council going to do? What did we say we're going to do? So if we were to move forward, whatever we move forward with tonight, would we be able? What's the thought about coming back with a resolution and putting it on consent the next time we can put it on consent, just so we sort of memorialize this discussion, much like we've done when the example I can think of would be when we took a look at Measure Q, the resolution for Measure Q, when the public brought up, hey, what about unfunded liability or unfunded mandates from the state? We went through that and we kind of like reaffirmed our commitment to what we thought the resolution stood for. So something like this that we would document. I know that it happens tonight. Whatever we pass tonight as take action on would stand for that, but I'm just wondering if we might want to do that, or what would be the reasons for doing a resolution in this case, or reasons not.
The council could certainly direct staff to return with a resolution saying that this council resolves to use any proceeds for the fire station, for the cloisters lot sale, to pay down the fire station debt, and that would be a standing resolution. It could be unresolved by a future council, but it certainly holds some weight. I would say, professionally, from my perspective, if we received this in 3 years. And our fiscal situation was substantially different than it is now, and there was a significant unfunded liability in our pension fund or in something else, then the staff could well recommend that we use this for some higher priority than a 3.75% note. But we could certainly put this in a resolution on consent for the next meeting, and that would elevate the bar a bit for future councils in determining what to do.
Right, because in order to change that idea, then you'd have to bring back that resolution in open session and do that. Okay, great, thanks. That's my only question.
Okay, thanks. A couple questions on, so we're getting, first I just want to cover maybe a little bit more background on this. So for those who may be listening to this now, just a little bit more background on this. So we obtained the property as a result of the Cloisters development for fire station that we determined wasn't usable. And then the city determined to put it up for sale. Part of the steps in there was the city subdivided that into 6 parcels. And when this council first came on, we were looking at, hey, we didn't have much luck selling the property. Let's get it out there and sell it. which we did, and then we discovered that it wasn't certified by the Coastal Commission. So that unwound everything, which the value of the property at that time, if it had been approved by the Coastal Commission, was higher. And then, of course, the developer would have been just be able to purchase it and work on 6 lots. So we had to unwind that, and now we put it back up on the market for sale, and the current purchaser is interested in trying to resubmit that 6-lot subdivision or 6-lot application, but it would go through the Coastal Commission and get a permit this time. So that's why there's a 2-year process. He's willing to take the risk, as I understand it. So the way we're looking at this, he's entering into this with a $50,000 non-refundable down payment. And if after a few months, 6 months, 7 months, or 2 years, he can't get the permits, then we move on and we obtain the property back and go through the same thing. So that's I guess that's just more the detail in which we're at right now. So we have $50,000, and then we'll get the remainder in essentially 2 years if it goes through having to go through that process. I don't disagree with the recommendation and having the funds be utilized to pay off the debt. I received that recommendation and glad to have that discussion. It seems appropriate, maybe based on principle for the development of it, and then basically financially from a debt service, it seems logical as well. Questions I have though are the $50,000 in particular, and should over the next 2 years we incur additional costs through this development process, whether it be legal staff or anything like that, would it not be prudent for us to retain the $50,000 in a separate fund and utilize those under the expense of the sale of the property, and then the net proceeds of all that is actually what goes into paying off the loan? So that's, I had shared some conversation with Craig earlier on that. And now the question is for council on the thoughts on that. But should we be incurring expenses over the next 2 years to assist in developing this? Do we just want to deduct it out of our general fund, or do we want to deduct it out of the proceeds of the sale, and then the net sales, we work with that? So that's a question for council. And Craig, if you want to comment on that would be great. If not, I'll go on with some other questions.
Yeah, certainly I can jump in quickly. If that is the direction the council wants to move in as far as retaining the amount we actually have on hand, the 44,000+ we received as the down payment.
Yeah.
Certainly we could put something like that together. I would probably advocate for that going more along just the general fund side instead of creating a whole other separate fund, which kind of can cancel out some anomalies going forward and kind of cut the burden going forward with that. But that's certainly something we can look into.
Okay.
So.
And then
I would also weigh in there for a second. They're going to go through a permitting process, and they're going to pay us fees for that, because they have to process their map and their development application and amend the Cloister subdivision through the city, and then they'll go off to Coastal and do the same thing. But they will be paying us to do that processing in the beginning.
Thanks, Scott. I was thinking more on the legal side as far as legal expenses, but if that's kind of a non-expense issue, then it was just a question to discuss. Thanks. And then the other question is the loan payoff. So in your presentation, you were talking about roughly $600,000 left on remaining if this were to happen tomorrow, right? So at what point would we consider a debt like that? At what point would it make financial sense to consider accelerating the payoff? In other words, if we indeed had the $600,000 payoff, what would we want to explore or consider? As an example, would it make sense to to pay it off in 5 years, and then that would free up all of our Measure Q funds to paving streets instead of paying a debt. So in kind of general terms, when would it make sense to look at accelerating that payoff on that? Maybe you can answer on that.
Well, I don't think there's a kind of a line in the sand type financial number to get you there. I think you've got to look at your total obligations, your total revenue streams, and if you've got that kind of above and beyond figure of unobligated cash from whatever revenue stream that you can actually utilize for that purpose, then it'd certainly be a priority kind of weighing with your other potential projects and obligations, things like that, and start to dive into that. So that'd likely be a mid-year, most likely not a mid-year, probably an annual kind of budget discussion going forward, unless we had some kind of other revenue windfall come in, like similar to this one. So,
okay.
Not sure that helped you out any, but that's
no, that's all right. I mean, I wasn't expecting the line in the sand by any means, but some just general sense of discussion. Okay, thanks. I think those are all my questions. I was going to open up for public comment at this point. I don't have a speaker slip, but are there any public comment?
Bart Beckman, Morro Bay again. I'm not really speaking, I guess, for the Finance Committee, but I am one of the 5 who was there and voted. To Mr. Heading's point, did we talk about a lot of alternatives? The answer is no. We did not talk about should we do this instead of roads or something like that. The primary basis was you have approved budgets over the last time you've been in office that basically say the intended use of these funds will be for the fire station. No wavering whatsoever. No comment on that. So it's been very clear that was the direction, that was the original direction. So it's in the documents. Do the documents say very explicitly that they absolutely cannot be used for something else? No. They don't say that. There's no context that says you cannot do it, but it's clear that the intent was to do that. Now, we did talk about what if there was some catastrophic issue that happened, such as a tsunami that hit us or something like that. Wouldn't we want to have the ability to use the funds some other way than to pay down the debt? The answer was yes. If we had something that was clearly unique, not known now, I think the discussion was yes, and we worked with staff to say, okay, is there some other issue that you're thinking about that we should know about? And they said, absolutely not. No, we're with you on doing this. Nothing was brought up in the discussion that said we potentially would think otherwise relative, other than buying down the debt. So I don't know if that adds anything to the discussion that you had, but that was a discussion I recall. We voted 5-0. We may have all voted for slightly different reasons for doing that, but that's what I recall in the meeting.
Thank you. Public comment is still open. Seeing no more public comment, I'll close public comment and bring it back to council. Thank you for all that. And then you want to start us off with any discussions? John, you want to start us off?
Thank you. And I very much appreciate the work that CFAC, Citizens Finance Advisory Committee, has done with regard to this, and it appears like they really were operating under the auspices of the intent being served for these funds, and that intent has been interpreted as for something related to fire. And again, I very much appreciate that. This may be in the form of a question, but I won't ask a question. I don't know of a guiding document that mandates that right now. And so in the absence of that, I consider this as I would any other large influx of cash that comes into the city, where we are not pressed from a timing standpoint today to make a decision on the allocation of this funding, that we may receive over the next 18 to 24 months or longer. And I think there may well be some priorities coming up that the council will want to examine, that at least partial funding may be appropriately allocated from these dollars to help fund such things as a very significantly growing unfunded mandate from CalPERS that so far, based upon their actuarial numbers, we have made a guesstimate at what our cost is going to be, but most policymakers are warning us that it is a flawed number and that the local jurisdictions should begin planning now for a significantly increased cost to service CalPERS retirees due to bad numbers based upon their net present value or their investment fund assumption. And so given that and other priorities and the fact that we are not pressured right now to make a decision, I again respect highly what the CFAC did in terms of work and the potential use for paying down the debt for fire. However, I'm not sure that's the right thing for the city to do now, given what I see possibly happening in the next 18 to 24 months that may take precedence over this. And if I'm wrong, then we've got the money available to do just that and to allocate it. But again, I don't see a pressing need to make that decision or that consideration at this moment. Thank you.
Thanks, John. Noah?
Yes, thank you. And I hear what you're saying and thought a little bit about that myself, knowing that there might be in a absence of some form of intent or historic intent for these sort of funds that might have been a higher value for the community to put these resources into. And I still think that could exist, but I'm going to go along with what the CFAC started this conversation with, and that's the basis of stated community intent for this historically has been to pay down that debt. And I think we need to hold to that out unless or until there's special circumstances or risk or liability that we recognize. I agree with you also that we do have time to make this decision, and my suggestion will be that we approve the recommendation tonight as it's presented, that we establish a special fund or at least line item so that these revenues are safeguarded and trackable, and that we commit to having more conversation about this in the future, working with CFAC and our finance staff, and basically commit to the community that if these funds are utilized for anything other than what has been historically stated, that we're going to have a strong dialogue about it and demonstrate clear higher benefit for whatever reason that is. So I think we do have the time, and I prefer that we respect the community's original intent with this, but that we keep the door open for more conversation to look at other options if necessary, and that we use the CFAC to be the driver of that conversation.
Thanks, Noah. Christine?
Hi. Oh, great conversation. Many different ways to look at it. The reason in my mind, the reason that we're having the discussion tonight is because there's an anxiety in the community about these funds and where they're ultimately going to be spent. And I think we haven't had the conversation until now because we weren't able to sell the property. So the property's been sitting there, nothing's been happening. We're finally able to move the property forward. and the money now is coming into the picture. So I think there is a heightened anxiety over the fact that the city will, and this isn't specifically what I think people were saying, but I get the sense that the city will lose track of the funds that were intended to be spent to pay down the debt. So for some in our community, the city carrying a lot of debt is a concern to them, and we've heard it before in numerous projects about the amount of debt the city holds. And the fire station is an example of the amount of debt the city holds, and that whether or not that's a concern, in it on its own, I don't know. I just know there's that concern in the community because I've heard it multiple times. So for me, this item, I feel, is a promise that's been made to the community by councils prior to us through the budget process, every year memorializing it that way. So I do believe that there may very well, as Mr. Heading points out, be a future pressing issue that will make more fiscal sense to use any income from the sale for that item. And it sounds like this council, the next council, will have that conversation because we have time before the check gets cashed. In that way, then, I do feel, on behalf of the community, if we move forward tonight, put something that memorializes this conversation we had so that when it comes forward again, we're able to pull it back out and say, we all agreed that at this point in time, on this date, we dedicate the funds as historically intended to pay down the debt in the fire station. However, the future councils reserve the right, and councils know this, but we could even say, you reserve the right to reallocate these funds, as more pressing issues emerge. And then end of story. And I think if something comes up through conversation, through emergency, or other, crisis for better utilization of funds, then the community gets to have that conversation again. So that's kind of where I stand, and I think we can put it to rest for the next year and a half at least or so, but then knowing that if there's a better use of these funds, we can have that conversation with the community.
Great, Christine, thank you. I would agree with the recommendation at hand as far as dedicating the funds to the fire department debt, and I would also concur with the resolution to memorialize that, and actually the resolution is part of the budget document, as we have with some others. So we got some numbers and some details on the benefit of paying it down, even albeit that it is more than likely 2 years from now. And really what it is, it's more of a obligation on principle. There's no legal obligation. There's no deed restriction. There's nothing on that says this is how you're supposed to do it. I feel that on principle that's what we obligated ourselves to do, and I would agree to do that. And if there was any disaster, in 2 years, legally, this future councils could look at it and take action. Then, heaven forbid, we are actually in that position, and I feel that we won't necessarily be in that position. I'm being positive about things, but I am thinking that from a principal obligation on this, I would agree that we come back with a draft resolution on consent that we obligate ourselves to dedicating the funds to pay down the fire station debt, and we can have that as part of the budget document. So those are my comments.
Okay, I have a motion. If you are ready.
No
for
more
that.
comments?
No.
Okay.
It's kind of a work in progress, but let's just go ahead and see how that goes. So I'm going to go ahead and move that we accept staff and CFAC's recommendation and affirm the historic intent to pay down the USDA loan for the fire station with proceeds from the sale of 2783 Coral Avenue, and that we direct staff to return with a resolution affirming the council's intent with this that also includes the opportunity for CFAC and the community to review and consider alternative uses if presented with overwhelming or special opportunities and risk that are deemed to be of higher use and value to the community's financial situation.
I can second for discussion.
Okay, so we have a motion by Mr. Smuckler, a second by Ms. Johnson. Discussion? Any?
Would you consider a friendly amendment to add council to that list?
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Oh, thank you.
Yes. I assume that, with the resolution would state that any change to the use of these funds would need to be approved by council in a public process.
Okay, so it sounds like you have, can you be specific with the amendment and then second the amendment?
Yes, I would,
Just for
I would
the record?
happily add council to that list.
Okay.
So then,
And a second?
Second to that
Okay,
amendment.
All right, thank you. So we have an amendment of adding council to the motion and a second by Ms. Johnson. Any further discussion?
Should
Okay.
we check with the city clerk to? Okay, and we may need to go to the tape on that because I just turned it into. I was.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Where he said CFAC and community,
Oh, yeah.
just add council. Oh, that was my, yeah.
And does that make sense? The motion makes sense in context of just how the funds would be received, and then going forward, the decision about whether and when to pay to the USDA or not.
I think we've clearly got your intent, and we'll craft a reso that reflects that intent, and if we need to edit it once or twice, we can do that.
Okay, great.
Beautiful. Okay, all in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? None. Motion carries 4-0. Great. Moving on to item C3. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Susan. Item C3 is Street Summit update. And I know Mr. Livick is loading things up.
So I'll just preface this to give a little bit of context. So in the summer, we did a sort of mini street summit on where we were currently, a smaller picture, and then and what streets we were starting to look at as the next streets in the on the hit list for improvement. And then in September, we did a Fuller Street Summit that was more of a strategic look in the big picture of where we are with streets. Some part of that discussion was Measure J, and an informational look at what our streets picture is currently and what our streets picture could be were Measure J approved. Importantly, the bids for our street work came in today.
Correct.
And Rob's going to brief you on that. So at the next council meeting in 2 weeks, you will see the contract for our street work this fall. And as part of that contract, we'll do a public presentation. It'll be a business item to show exactly which streets are on the made the cut list based on the contracts that we received or the bids we received today, and then you'll be able to approve that contract. Okay, Rob.
Okay, now for a couple hours on pavement design. No.
Mr. Davis looks excited.
Our recommendation is to review. This is kind of a summary of those efforts that we did over the summer, and give staff any direction that council feels necessary moving forward with our streets program. Oh. And I killed my cue sheets here. Okay, I'm back. The goals, just a reminder, the goals of the city's pavement management program are try to maintain a pavement condition index and improve from our average of 66 right now to 70 on a scale of 100. That is aligned with the statewide goal of maintaining a 70 PCI. To balance pavement preservation with worse first. So to not just keep everything good and let the bad fall apart. We have to do something for the bad streets also. This year we're diverging a little bit from that, or quite a bit from that, because we feel that some of those bad streets really need some help to keep them passable, safe, and so we're going to be using some non-standard pavement preservation techniques to bridge this funding gap and work on some of our worst streets in town. Our street maintenance.
Rob, let me just jump in there and just for the community that's listening on that one point. So if we were to use, because of the condition of our streets, a very strict engineering approach and cost management approach to our streets, we don't have enough money to fix our worst streets. We would only be keeping our best streets in a good condition, and the worst streets would get worse. But that's what the computer model says to do, but I just want to assure everybody what Rob just said is what the staff is doing, and that is to ensure that at least 30% of our streets budget goes to fixing some of those worse off streets, and to look holistically at all of Morro Bay and ensure that North Morro Bay, Quintana, Middle Morro Bay, Radcliffe, and Historic Morro Bay, that all of those get love every year. So we start with the strict model, but then we add in, we put two twists on it. One is to make sure that every region of the town is seeing some improvement every year, and that some of the worst streets are being taken care of.
And a little more nuanced that, the difficulty about the worst streets is to do them perfectly correct. We might be only doing one or two street segments a year if we were to completely dig it up, do 8 inches of base, pave on top of that. That would use up our entire street paving budget. And our priorities are street repair, this pavement management program, our pothole repair, which we do in-house. So as people call me, call council, or the most efficient way to do it, do a Q alert, because it goes right to the guys that do the work. Those potholes get filled by our in-house labor. We do about four tons of asphalt a week. ADA sidewalk repair, making sure our sidewalks are walkable. We trim our trees. We have to maintain our storm drains. We do roadway striping, and we maintain our one traffic signal in town and our few hundred signs. All those are part of our roads budget. That's what gas tax helps pay for. It's what the general fund supplements. And really only the first one is what Measure Q funds. The rest of it's done by general fund and gas tax money. Okay. We've all seen this slide before. This is the pavement preservation sales slide. It's better to work in the top part of the curve than the bottom part of the curve because it's more expensive in the bottom part of the curve. We'll show that a little bit differently here. So to slurry a street that's in fairly good condition is, $4 a square yard, but to reconstruct Ponderosa might be $87 a square yard. So that's why you want to try to keep in the upper portion of that curve. We've done quite a bit of work since 2011, 2015, $4.1 million, repaired or maintained 17 miles or 32% of our streets. Our PCI has increased from 63 in 2009 to 66 in 16. but we still have 5% of our streets with really no life, pavement life left in them. And we have reconstructed a few sections of streets in town. Kings did a major gut out and reconstruct. North Main, deep grind and overlay. Moore Bay Boulevard, Panorama, Andros, and South Bay Boulevard. Improvements that we've made to our pavement management plan: we established geographical areas, implemented new rehab techniques that up until a couple of years ago was either slurry chip or overlay reconstruct. Now there's triple layers, cement line stabilization of the base, cold in-place recycling where you're grinding the asphalt and recycling it and putting it back down as you go. We haven't done that physically yet in Morro Bay, but it's something we're looking at doing. And we've completed a transition to the Street Saver pavement management model. And all the data is loaded into that model. We have reevaluated all of our streets and reinspected all of our streets and looked at the treatment scenarios, adding in these newer techniques such as triple layer, grind and slurry, those types of techniques into the software to get the best value for the money that we have to work with. Another slide showing our pavement condition, basically going from 63 to 66 overall. You can see that our best streets are our arterials, our worst streets are our local streets. Worst streets are rural local. Luckily, we don't have very many miles of those. Little Morrow Creek is the major section of that. This is a graphical representation of the PCI. I think we showed this map a few years ago, and the entirety of North Morro Bay was red. We've added some rainbow to that North Morro Bay, so everybody has a little bit of color now. So we have been working on distributing the funds, but we have still a lot of orange and red to work on. The geographical areas that we're talking about to distribute the work, we've divided it into 4 sections of town and try to input that in the model for basically parity between the zones, how much money gets spent in each zone. We've been able to model what it would cost to get to and maintain that target PCI of 70. It would take $33.5 million over the next 20 years to do that, or $1.68 million a year, or breaking it down. This is a little bit different than we presented it to PWAB, about $260 per year per household. That's already taking the Measure Q $500,000 off the top of that. So this would be an additional $260 per year per household in addition to the Measure Q. It wasn't clear that when we presented it to PWAB what those numbers, if it was with or without Measure Q. Completely unconstrained, if we had all the money in the world and wanted to have very good streets, about $38 million, just a little bit more. Then this gets us up to a PCI of 77 after 20 years, average $1.9 million. Probably the interesting thing about this slide is, on the far left side is, what happens if we don't do any work? The streets just continue to deteriorate, and it shows that curve where it drops off slowly, and then as you get to the outer years, it gets real steep. And 23 is, we'd all be driving on Panorama all the time. Getting into what we're doing this year, we have $986,000 to do the street work. We're stretching our limits using innovative techniques to preserve those poor streets and buy time. The funds allocated based on geographical area, PCI, and we continue to move forward with the budget, a 5-year plan, but that's going to change every year. We're not going to remain static with the same 5-year plan. We'll continually reevaluate those streets. This year we are trying something different. And Joe's helped us do this. Our IDIQ contract, indefinite delivery, indefinite quantities, to try to get better prices on payment techniques. So we put out for bid that there's the possibility of a longer term contract with perhaps $3 to $6 million in expenses over the next 6 years. We would basically bring that back to council every year for that award, and I think we got some good prices out of it. We also generally receive about a $37,000 per year Cal Recycle grant that we incorporate into this paving program, and allows us to stretch those paving dollars. That Cal Recycle grant is for use of basically used tires in either the emulsion or in the aggregate. So it does stretch our pavement dollars a little bit.
Rob, let me just clarify one thing on the first bullet of this, where it says $986,000 to be spent out on the adopted budget. About $400,000 of that is from last year. It was budgeted last year and held to execute with this year.
Thank you, Dave.
Just so we're being consistent. So there was $587,000 out of this year's budget allocated, and $400,000 ish that we saved from last year to be able to execute this year.
The advantage with IDIQ also is that we don't have to save up for 2 years. We have guaranteed maximum prices that we can issue a contract on, and so that we already know what we're going to need to spend each year. So it will allow us to do more continual street work without having to save up for 2 years' budget. The proposed work, there's a listing of streets here with triple layer for a bunch of streets. I'm not going to read through these. These are in the report. A double chip with a mill for Elm, Greenwood, Luzon, Mindoro, Beachcomber, Coral, and Ponderosa would be that double mill. That's a really innovative technique where we grind the pavement surface, recompact it, and add a double chip seal on top of it to buy us time. Those streets normally would need to have a full reconstruction on them, but we're optimistic that this is going to buy us between 5 and 10 years of life on those streets. We are not planning on doing with this year the penetrating seal that is a near term maintenance technique. So that would be done kind of right after a slurry or an overlay. So, for example, we just did South Bay last year. This penetrating seal would rejuvenate those oils in the street. We think we can wait another year before we do that. Would be another contractor that may not do some of these techniques, so we didn't feel we wanted to add it in this work. And then we're also planning on adding some dust palliative to the Embarcadero dirt extension to try to keep that dust down this year. Before I move on to the next slide, Dave did say that I was going to update the bids. We just received them in this afternoon. We received 6 bids from paving contractors, basically sealing contractors. The apparent low bidder is a company called Pavement Coatings. $1,133,049.60 was their bid. So we're going to have to work over the next week or so, and because it's an IDIQ contract, we can adjust quantities and get us down to that $986,000 number to keep us within our budget. The bids ranged from a high of $1.3 million from Intermountain Slurry to the low bid that I just mentioned.
What was the name? Pavement what?
pavement coatings
Pavement
out
coatings.
of Woodland, California. We have verified that they have all their submittals with their bid package, and they acknowledged all the addendums. So we, on the first blush, they look like they are a responsible bidder. But we'll be verifying that bid tomorrow. Just a little bit on our sidewalk work. We did issue an IDIQ contract for that work also with Williams Concrete, and we've done, over the last few years, done $257,000 in gap closures through our CDBG grant. $60,000 in the council allocated for sidewalk repairs, trip hazards. $67,000 this year for the CDBG allocation, and we're expecting $247,000 from our friends in Atascadero. They're not ready to spend their CDBG funds, so with our IDIQ contract, we can spend that money, and it's not free money. We won't get a CDBG allocation for a couple of years, but we feel spending it sooner rather than later, we're saving that time value of money.
Yeah. Great.
There is other ways to fund projects. There's a measure on the ballot that would add about $600,000 a year. It'd fund another $1 million to our intersection improvements at SR 141, and it would help to fund the Morro Bay to Cayucas Trail. And the longer we wait, the more it costs. We have other options such as debt financing, and this is not just a Morro Bay problem. It's a systemic, statewide problem with almost $80 billion in funding needed for California local roads, and $59 billion needed for deferred state highway maintenance. And a graphic showing kind of why this happened. Vehicle miles traveled continues to grow, but we continue to build, thank goodness, more fuel-efficient vehicles. But the way our gas tax is indexed, there becomes a gap between that. So statewide, there seems to be a need for a different way to fund road construction. Alternate funding measures that we presented to the Public Works Advisory Board and to the community. Measure J, the ballot measure, use of excess emergency reserves, dedicate additional general fund, but in lieu of what? We have a balanced budget, so what do we cut to do that? Year-end budget excess to fund streets. A citywide parcel tax could be done. Neighborhood street improvement districts, those have been done successfully in the county, this county, in the Cambria area, but really nowhere else. Cooperative purchase with other agencies, we're talking about that at the Public Works Director's level. Just trying to make that happen is sometimes difficult. Our Public Works Advisory Board did have their recommendations. They basically recommended that we look at all those measures and put together a cost-benefit analysis for each one of those. The time to do that may be these are all kind of budget-related things, and to incorporate this into the budget may be a good timing-wise to bring it. It's always seemed to me, we have the street summit usually in the fall time after we've had our budget, and then the budget time rolls around, and it's not on the front of everybody's mind. So it may be good to, we talked about realigning things to better coincide with the budget year. We do other things besides pavement. We sweep our streets, sometimes too much for some people. Storm drain maintenance, striping, signs, pedestrian facilities, bicycle facilities, street and tree maintenance, and traffic calming. I've a whole bunch of slides that goes over that, but unless we get into questions on that, I'm not going to go into any details on those. And that concludes the presentation, and look forward to questions and discussion and direction.
Great. So don't have any speaker slips for this. Is there anybody for public comment on this item? Seeing none, I will go into questions and then discussion. So start with questions. Noah?
Yeah, I don't have any questions at this point. I did take a good look at the neighborhood traffic management concepts in the past, and I think that's what you're alluding to in some slides here, or at least traffic calming.
Yes.
And I don't necessarily feel like I need to get into that because I think PWAB has a pretty good handle on it, and I'm looking forward to comments.
John?
No questions. Thank you, Rob.
Christine?
Okay, 2 questions. Like everybody else in the community, is my street going to get paved this year? No, but I actually am curious about, is it Mindoro East or Mindoro West? Because I will get asked this when I go home. And I should clarify, I'm putting absolutely no pressure on it at all. Do not do it just for me. Please. Please do not do it for me. But
I don't have the detailed list with me that gives me street segments, but I can get that information.
Some of them go contiguous across Highway 1.
Next meeting, we'll be showing exactly which streets.
But remember, it matters not to me. Okay, but my real question, that was kind of a teaser question, but the question is, what kind of feedback were you getting from the public at the because I know the PWAB had a streets focus, and then you had the street summit. So can you give us a flavor of what the public was coming out and saying? How many people? Did they respond to all the work that's been done, the past 4 years?
So the first meeting, it was focused really on one street. We had a neighborhood that came out and appealed for their street. It's one of the streets that is on the list. At the public meeting, there was a lot of comments about, how can we, more questions than comments. People want to know if their street was going to be done or not, and don't know until we get the bids back. But I think there was appreciation for the leveling of the pavement dollars across the entire community. People like that. The concern about, where can the funding come from was a question, and whether the initiative on the ballot will solve the problems. And if you look at the projections, no, they probably won't. It's we have a number in there. It's like $1.6 million to maintain that PCI of 70. Well, with Measure J and Measure Q combined, we still don't get to that $1.6 million. So we still need additional funding for our streets.
Okay, great, thank you. And then just really quickly, appreciate the traffic calming next steps. I know 2 years ago maybe, we looked at neighborhoods. I don't see Easter Street on the list for a small project. I don't know if that's just we're not ready to get there yet. I see Pacific and Main, but I think that work's completed. And then I see San Jacinto and Main, which had more information, which I appreciate. Just wondering about Easter.
Really haven't, other than our traffic analysis on Easter Street, looking at the speeds that are on Easter, haven't come up with a solution to that neighborhood concern about the speeds there, since they are down below the speed limit.
Okay, great, thank you.
Okay, great. Just a couple questions. In the presentation, does the divergence of streets, I'm writing this down from your presentations, differ from the approved budget? So we were saying there's a little divergence in what streets are getting paved. Does that differ from the approved budget?
The divergence of the streets listing, yes, it does. We have most of those streets included in there, but we have additional streets also in there. So the divergence that I'm speaking of is the divergence from the strategy of pavement preservation, completely trying to maintain, using that 70% of our pavement dollar to maintain our good streets good. We are diverging to the mill and double chip, which is a method that we wouldn't even thought of 3 years ago. Doing more triple cape seals rather than complete reconstructions. So these are techniques that do not bring a street back to a perfect brand new street. But it does buy time and give a much better traveling surface than what is out there now. It may buy 10 years on the life. If we were to completely gut and reconstruct a street, it would probably be a 20-plus year street. But we're trying to stretch these pavement dollars. That's what I meant by divergence, is diverging from traditional methodologies of pavement management.
I took that, and I guess that brought me to part of our conversation today. And as we approve a budget and we're looking at the streets, that's what everybody's looking at, which brought to the conversation about doing the street summit during our budget workshop time. And coordinating that, then we are informed, and at least we have the idea that those streets will be, those are the ones that we've committed to, because I guess that was the question I had about diverging from what we had agreed to. So it seems as though having a street summit or that portion concentrating on the needs and streets and having that discussion, along with doing our budget, we can properly identify how we're prioritizing our budget and how we're spending things. Because as I recall from the street summit, without seeing the budget tied to that discussion, it's hard to coordinate the priorities, and it's not all about paving streets. But anyway, those were comments. So just one more. So any more for public comment? Seeing none, I'll close public comment and bring it back to council and get into a discussion. And John, you want to start us off on a discussion?
Great. Rob, thank you. And I had a chance to review your presentation prior, the longer one, and a lot of good information. And I highly suggest to the public that, is that going to be posted on the website, that information? Because a lot of people ask, where can we go for detailed information?
I believe the Street Summit is on our YouTube channel. We'll make sure there's a link in the Public Works page to get directly to that also.
Great. So this is something that keeps resonating as the priority that we hear in the community, or if not certainly one of the top 3 priorities in terms of spending in the community. And so with regard to that, for me, obviously, I concur with the recommendation of the PWAB. I think there are a number of options to look at that you've outlined, but also am aware of a number of others that were mentioned at the League of Cities. So, I could make that information available to staff just to look at. The point of all of that is that we've got many competing priorities that will be flushed out during the budget cycle and the budget process. The summit reaffirmed the fact that it's a priority for the city. There are needs that cannot be 100% met, but we're doing a fantastic job with the limited resources that we have. I feel that way, and I just want to applaud you, your staff, and staff in general for that. I think that this also really obviously highlights the importance to this community of Measure J and its passing. Without that, we're going to have a very different conversation probably in a few months, maybe even looking at other priorities. But I would very much be supportive of staff not spending significant resources to flush out, all 10 of these or so issues, but maybe prioritize them to the ones that you think might bring us the greatest opportunity for either revenues or expense reduction or a combination of both that could get us to a higher level of PCI. And so I'm fully supportive of vetting that further and then looking at some additional items that I've become recently aware of. Not that I'm an expert, but just passing on information that the league had that they offered up recently. So I would be supportive of the PWAB's recommendation.
Okay, thank you. And I would agree. I think PWAB is on track along with staff on this. And you're doing a good job of looking at alternative approaches from the funding, finance side to the actual physical act of improving streets. Along with having our Citizens Finance Committee now involved in the conversation. I think we're closer than ever to coming up with a comprehensive plan to address this. And Measure J, I agree, will get us much further down the road of actually being close to closing the full gap of our deficit and to get to where we need to be. But we still have some work to do. So I think the Public Works Advisory Board recommendation of having a broader conversation, keep on developing our awareness of different strategies is good. And then Mayor Irons, your suggestion of syncing this with our goals, which we've identified streets as one of our top goals every year, but then the budget process and bringing that all into that time frame, I think completes the loop and puts us in a position to be able to come up with a really good solution in the long run on this. So I think we're going in the right direction.
Christine?
Okay, great. Nice work, everybody. I don't have to add much at all. I agree with PWAB's recommendations, appreciate them, and support that conversation moving forward, including the Citizens Finance Committee is key. Measure J, certainly everyone in our community needs to take a look at Measure J. Self-Help Slow is the website for that. Understand what the projects are, understand how much money would come to the city of Morro Bay for 9 years that couldn't be touched or altered. But one thing that sometimes we haven't said very frequently about Measure J, and I didn't hear it yet tonight, is that Measure J is sales tax driven, and depending upon who you talk to, that's our sales tax in our county, certainly Morro Bay would be very similar to our county, tourism generates at least half, conservatively, I would be very confident to say between 50 and 60%, depending upon the season, of our sales tax in the city of Morro Bay comes from people who do not live in the city of Morro Bay. So it is one benefit to doing it that way because we do have such a tourism-centric economy here. So the same people that are coming and driving on our streets would, through Measure J, help to repair and maintain them. So I think that's a positive. Otherwise, agree as well to time, goals, budget, street summit together. Great. Last final comment. I think a ton of work has been going on. I know that people are responding in any way they're reaching out to the city. The city has been very responsive in filling potholes. And people understand an entire street. They understand this condition of our roads for the most part. But I think what's really great is when they have this giant pothole and that gets repaired, it means a lot that at least we can do that. They understand the larger picture is years of not doing anything. They understand that. But to get that pothole fixed that bothers them every single day, I think our crews, so please extend my thanks to them. They're out there and they're doing that, and that makes a big difference for everybody day to day. There can be a little bit more patient if that big gaping hole is, repaired. So thanks for that, doing all the work you're doing. And I think over the past 4 years, certainly we've been focusing more on our streets, but the reality is we have to focus on long-term solution. The short-term stuff's been great, but long-term, and it looks like that's in the plan. Thanks.
All right, thank you. And so I guess the other comment I have, so the divergent in streets that are going to be paved, or as this contract is done, could we send some sort of update in the water bill, just saying, hey, this is what, here are the streets, this is what we're going to do. For one, it's probably good because we're going to be seeing traffic and we're going to have to be doing that. And the other kind of identifies the community, what's coming up. So just want to see if we can do something like that.
Yes, based on our award of contract, which we'll do at next meeting, we'll have a complete list of streets and street segments that we can send out in the water bill for folks to look forward to asphalt emulsion to be spread on their street.
Okay. And so great work on PWAB and staff on the street summit. I just do want to note, one of the options to be considered should include but not be limited to, and I'll just go to the first one on there, allocating excess of 10% of emergency reserve funds to pay for immediate street improvements. And I think that's why we need to have this tied to the budget. Because when we looked at our 10-year budget forecast, we made a deliberate plan to increase our emergency reserves, rightfully so, because of the PERS bubble. And so, and possibly a recession in 2017, but based on some of the financial, economic folks, they're saying it could be, 18, 19. At any rate, the plan to budget those emergency reserves appropriately for that, I think that message has to be known. And I think whether it's this council or the next council looking at that, I hope they would take that seriously and understand that that's just good financial planning. So I appreciate the suggestion and consideration, but when we view the budget, especially in that 10-year budget forecasting, I think that would be valuable for the community as we're doing that and we're looking at priorities. So those are my only comments. And then okay, just receive and file on this.
Receive and file, and the direction that I hear is to bring this forward more closely aligned with the budget, and I'll work with city manager on getting that scheduled.
Yeah, updating the water bill.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. John?
Oh, yeah. And could we have maybe a timeline for the return of alternatives analysis? It would be nice to have a.
So when we discussed this a month and a half ago, council asked for a discussion on streets financing. What council's direction was to wait until after the outcome of the election and Measure J was known. So what I recommend is that we come back in the new year so that we can see the effect in the Measure J, know what happened with that, and then do some assessment. We really probably would like to take a little bit of time to, as you said, prioritize a few of these things and then do a deeper dive on them with the Finance Committee and the PWAB before bringing them to the council. But we'll certainly start that process as soon as the outcome of the Measure J vote is known.
I guess my assumption would be that has to happen before the next budget cycle. So,
yes,
thanks.
Agree.
So that's the timeline.
Okay, great. And with that, unless there are any other comments, I will conclude this item and move on to item C4. Okay. Item C4 is adoption of resolution number 7016, reauthorizing the use of interim residential design guidelines. Mr. Graham.
Getting the presentation up. Should be that bottom one. So, as was stated, this item is for the reauthorization of the city's interim residential design guidelines. A little bit of history on this: the City Council adopted the guidelines back on July 15th of 2015 for a period of 12 months. The guidelines were reviewed at the 6-month period by the Planning Commission. And then again, more recently, on September 20th of this year, for a recommendation related to the reauthorization to City Council. The Planning Commission did make that recommendation along with, my screen went off here. Okay. And they made 4 specific recommendations in relation to the reauthorization, and that was to reauthorize the guidelines for 12 months instead of the original recommended 24, to direct that the guidelines remain a separate document and not part of the general plan, LCP, or zoning code. They recommended that direct the word interim be removed, making the guidelines permanent, and that staff be directed to work with the Planning Commission to update the guidelines over the following 12-month period. I do have some comments you'll note in the staff report related to these items. The first one being the reauthorization for the 12 months. Staff is still recommending that we reauthorize the use of the guidelines for 24 months because that would get us through the general plan and LCP update process. This discussion will take place as part of that. And we're kind of getting to that point now. So pretty soon here we'll start having that conversation. The second item was that direct that the guidelines remain a separate document and not part of the general plan and LCP or zoning code. The reason the Planning Commission made that recommendation, and I think it probably stems somewhat from the chair of our Planning Commission and General Plan Advisory Committee, Robert Teft, having sort of a unique perspective on that and having worked through some of the general plan update process, kind of coming to the realization that if you make your design guidelines part of the LCP, then whenever you want to make changes to it, you have to go through the amendment process, which is Planning Commission, 2 meetings at City Council, off to Coastal Commission. And that process can take well over a year, and that's just for minor changes. And I think the Planning Commission envisioned that this would be more of a living document and one that likely would be updated regularly over time, in response to issues that they run into with projects that come before them. That sort of made sense to me. And so that's why the recommendation is to not include it into that LCP process, instead have a standalone document. I would also note that that's not an uncommon thing. If you were to go online now and Google residential design guidelines, you'd see a whole bunch of standalone documents for various cities throughout the state of California and other states as well. So again, not something that's out of the norm. The third item was that direct the word interim be removed from the guidelines, making them permanent. I think that we probably do want to have permanent residential design guidelines, but it would be better to do that after we're done with the process. I think when you leave the interim tag on there, people look at them, it kind of gives the impression that we are working on them, which we are. So I think that probably makes sense to leave that there until we finish the update process to them, and then we'll bring them back through the process for eventually for council approval. And so they'll just be the City of Morro Bay residential design guidelines at that point. And then lastly, they made the recommendation to direct staff to work with the Planning Commission over the next 12 months to update the guidelines. And that would be a change to the Community Development Department's objectives, and likely would result in a discussion that we would have to have about taking one of the things that we're already working on off the plate. So instead of doing that, I thought that the direction really should be, let's funnel it through the general plan and LCP update process, because we're going to have that discussion. That discussion involves both the General Plan Advisory Committee and the Planning Commission. And then as we sort of get a little ways down the road in that discussion, then we could bring that back for the goals and objectives discussion for fiscal year 17-18, and we could add that into that process. I think that probably would be an appropriate time, because we'll have some guidance out of the general plan update process for this. I do envision, even though the recommendation is to have a standalone document, I do envision that the general plan and LCP would probably have policy language that references it. Because right now we have, the design guidelines were put in place sort of jumping off of the existing policies that we had for neighborhood compatibility. Those policies are just a couple of statements in there, and we developed an entire set of design guidelines sort of to implement that neighborhood compatibility policy. I would envision us having similar policies that were probably a little more well spelled out, a little bit more robust in the general plan update process, or they would be developed in the general plan update process, and so there'd be a stronger reference to those types of things. So with that, the recommendation is to adopt Resolution 70-16, extending the interim residential design guidelines for the next 24 months, maintaining the residential design guidelines as a separate document, and directing that the Planning Commission be included in the process of developing and updating those guidelines. With that, if there would be any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Once again, I don't have any speaker slips for this item, so just checking to see if there are any public comments on this as we go into questions. So, Scott, earlier today we were talking, so there was, I think you covered it in your presentation, but staff response number 4, so the recommendation is to go reauthorizing guidelines for 24 months, but then under recommendation 4, there was something in there to work with the Planning Commission over the next 24 months.
Yeah.
Are we tying that together?
I think the direction really would be, let's incorporate them into the process that we're already following for the general plan and LCP update process. Right. They're already part of that.
Which is your statement, your number 3 statement, but it doesn't actually say over the next 24 months.
Yeah, I mean, the 24 months is really because that gets us beyond the time horizon for the general plan and LCP. Because I don't know how long the discussion is going to take as it relates to that, because we haven't started having it yet.
Okay.
And so it's just really being a little cautious there as opposed to making it shorter.
Okay. Those are my questions for now. Noah?
Yeah, I just wanted you to take a moment and talk a little bit, give us your assessment of how the design guidelines have operated to date. It appears to be working pretty well. The Planning Commission's referring to them continually. It seems like applicants are aware of them and incorporating them, and the ones that aren't are realizing challenges to the project. But if you want to take a minute just to talk a little bit about how they've been received and utilized.
I could say yes to all of those things,
okay.
And we have a short answer. They are. I think we've had them in place for a while now. People are familiar with them. The planners are using them regularly at the counter. I say it's kind of part of the toolbox that we use to help folks out in getting through the application process. We regularly point to them when we encourage folks to come forward before they submit their full package to us and show us their designs ahead of time, email them to us in PDFs, whatever, just so we can work with them up front, because our existing zoning code is old, outdated, and it has a little bit of a gotcha factor in it, in that if you look through it and you found your zoning and you would see a development standards table and you said, well, I made it comply with that. And there's a bunch of other things in there that you also have to comply with, but there's no cross-referencing in it. So good luck finding it. And so we always encourage folks to come in and talk with us first, just so we don't have that, because that's an unfortunate situation. Somebody designs their plans and then it's inconsistent with some other policy that's in there. Those are things we're going to fix as part of the update. But anyway, we do encourage that. And so that is something that our planners regularly bring out when they see design concepts that are inconsistent with the design guidelines. They open them up. They're like, here you are. You're inconsistent with these policies. This is a point of of focus for our Planning Commission. You should really go back and maybe use one of these options here to fix whatever that issue is, if it's articulation or something to break up a wall or something to deal with massing.
Okay, and just my last question about, we know we have a lot of improvement to do within the general plan component, and like, for example, what you just mentioned, but within the design guidelines, do you has the commission or staff identified some key areas within our interim guidelines that are likely going to need to be addressed as focal points of the process going forward?
So I think the concept all along was we developed residential design guidelines that were more generalized. And so I would call it a sort of one-size-fits-all type thing. It covers many different issues that you have with residential design. I think the Planning Commission's desire is to tailor those to our neighborhoods. I think that's a good idea. I have very different neighborhoods throughout town. We have some neighborhoods that are 2,400 square foot lots, and you have other neighborhoods that have lots that are over 6,000 square feet. So, we apply our design guidelines to all of those things. But I think, looking at some of those neighborhoods and seeing what the scale of those neighborhoods are and tailoring, having some specific guidelines to those areas, I think is going to be important. So I could see us going through a mapping exercise, identifying 4 districts, kind of like we have for the commercial areas in town with the sign ordinance, is a good example. I mean, we have our waterfront, we have our downtown, we have Quintana, and then we have North Main as a 4, commercial areas. I think you could see something like that happening with the residential neighborhoods.
Great questions, Noah. John?
So I had kind of the same question that Noah did, but want to hear it again? So the question that maybe I can add on to that or piggyback onto that would be this: how are they being received by the developers and those, not your staff specifically, but the developers and the folks that actually are asking the questions about bringing designs to you? Are they finding them very helpful? And
I think to some extent it alleviates some of the issues that you have when you bring the designs forward to the Planning Commission. The Planning Commission is going, well, we have a problem with that. And then the Planning Commission is left sitting, where you're sitting right now, and kind of one off every time, like trying to give direction about what they'd like to see, but not being real specific. And so they're uncomfortable with that. Now they can just go, well, we have design guidelines that specifically deal with that. We'd like you to go look at some of those options and, pick whichever one works the best with your design and use that to, break up that facade that's on the right-hand side that has a really blank wall on it with no windows in it or whatever. So I think the development community's used to hearing that a little bit more now, and they're hearing it now at staff level, and so it's avoiding some of those situations where they're maybe not getting real specific direction from the Planning Commission. Now the Planning Commission has the tool, and they're like, here you go. This is what that looks like. If you want more articulation, it looks like the picture on this page. And so that's helpful because it's more specific direction that's provided. So, there's a little less back and forth and a little less uncertainty as a result of using them.
Last question is, are there any more opportunities for public input besides the LCP GP update process? Are there any special summits happening or anything, outreach being done? Well,
we haven't started the outreach for updating the design guidelines. When we get into that process, there will be. We held last time we held one workshop and we had 11 different meetings, I think 11, with the Planning Commission going over those things. And so we didn't get a lot of attendance, but we did spend a lot of time going through them to kind of develop the basis for them. I think this time it will go faster because we do have that base in place.
Thanks.
Christine?
So just in general, how much will the Planning Commission interact with the update for the general plan, local coastal plan, just in general?
The Planning Commission will see every portion of it because it's really their job to sort of make recommendations to the council or to work with you in concert. I mean, we've had some joint meetings, and that's kind of what that's about, is sort of to work through it. They're more, directed towards the policy component of these types of things. We have the General Plan Advisory Committee, of course, but they're the ones that use this on the ground. So their input is invaluable and will remain so.
And then they will have, so basically the GPAC, just so people follow along, the GPAC is taking some of the conceptual ideas, vision of the community, beginning conversations about things like vacation rentals or interim design guidelines, code enforcement, things like this, start at the GPAC level. And then when it gets to the Planning Commission level, that's when things are really hashed out. Would you say that's true?
Yeah, then we would really be getting the specific policy recommendations that move on to City Council, and it being the sort of the once we're solidifying our policies a little bit more right now. I mean, right now we've been in the process for a while, but it's all the baseline documentation that we're putting together, and we just completed, after our next meeting on the 20th, we'll be done with the key issues and policies document, and then we'll be jumping into land use discussions and specific policy discussions from that standpoint on the general plan LCP update.
Okay, and then when you talked about this mapping exercise, you can imagine tailoring the guidelines to specific neighborhoods. You're seeing that as part of perhaps the 17, 18 goals for community development?
Actually, I could see it part of what comes out of the initial discussions, with at the General Plan Advisory Committee level and looking at these things. And I could see this kind of jumping back and forth to Planning Commission and GPAC because I think the General Plan Advisory Committee has a broad breadth, but they don't have anywhere near the experience in dealing with it that the Planning Commission does. And so it would make a lot of sense to start incorporating them into that process when we have the discussions to make sure we're getting it right. I think it gives a little bit of assurance to the General Plan Advisory Committee that they're going in the right direction.
Okay, great. And then last question. Initially, when we directed the interim residential guidelines to be created and then approved or run through planning and then come back here for adoption, we said, let's renew them every year. Let's review them every year because they were new. And now you're thinking maybe let them stay for 2 years. It's just simply a timing issue so that with everything happening in community development, that this doesn't have to be another agenda item that comes back.
That's exactly why I'm saying 24 months. I think when we bring it back, I want it to be the guidelines that we want to adopt. I think we're there. I think the Planning Commission is comfortable using them. Our staff is comfortable using them. They're working. We're not getting pushback on it. People are like, oh, great, you have guidelines. We're supposed to follow those. We get it. Thanks. And so it makes sense. I mean, the next step wouldn't really be, we bring it back. I'd be sitting here in front of you a year from now saying, we're working on updating them.
Okay, got it.
So,
and I fibbed. I have one really quick question. So any appeals in the pipeline since 2 years ago? That was kind of, we had that project that...
Thousand Ridge Way or whatever.
That's the one.
Yeah.
We haven't seen an appeal in my mind since then.
Not for these issues, correct? Yeah.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, great. Thanks.
So thanks for that, Christine. And kind of leads to, based on your recommendation, I think it ties into some of the conversation we have had as a council and staff. In other words, being very cognizant of the goals and objectives that we have on the table. And we can come revisit this in 12 months, but your recommendation is basically we're going to be able to do all this, but over 24 months because we're doing the general plan, local coastal plan in concert, and it will it won't necessarily overlap or get in the way of other projects, priorities, and goals and objectives that we're currently working on.
That's the issue. I mean, it really would be a whole nother work program for us that is not part of our objectives right now.
Yeah.
But I think 6 months from now, we could add it to the new, a little over 6 months, we could add it to the new fiscal year objectives, and it would dovetail and follow right into being done with the general plan update because we're supposed to be done in December of, roughly December of 2017. So I could see us, having those things done about the same time because it would be part of the work program at that point.
So we're just asking to coordinate things so we're being efficient with all the things that we're doing.
Correct.
And actually getting all good information to make them work real well.
Exactly.
Okay. And then another question so it's great questions on how the design guidelines are working. And so how about the types of applicants that will work with staff? So is there large gaps between, hey, I'm working on a project with staff, here's the design guidelines, here's, these look great, and then they come from staff and then they go to Planning Commission. Are there big gaps on the projects and the overall approval through that process?
I guess where I would say not so much on that aspect of it, a little bit more on, and we've had this back and forth, it's kind of an ongoing discussion with the Planning Commission about the level of detail they'd like to see in plans. And we've updated our submittal requirements to reflect this, but because the technology is out there, for new single-family homes, they're like, we really like to see the three-dimensional drawings. And so that's kind of been the more recent focus on the Planning Commission is really getting to see what the things actually look like in context. And that's nice because then you don't have to kind of guess at what it's going to be. You can see what it looks like dropped in. You can see what the views are through the side or what it maybe is from the neighbor's house over here or over here.
You
And
can see if there's a cat in the window or something.
yeah, exactly. Yeah, those types of things. So we're working towards that with the applicants and getting them a little bit more used to, especially when they're doing either major additions or new single family homes, to make sure we're getting those types of detailed drawings or models, so they can see what it does look like in context.
Great, thanks, Scott. Public comment, Tina Metzger. Welcome.
Tina Metzger, Morro Bay. Yeah. Were any stakeholders, such as contractors, property owners, planners, architects, even neighbors, asked for their input at this point in time to find out what works, what doesn't work with the interim residential design guidelines? And I was thinking that maybe an anonymous survey from these stakeholders is needed after each project to get a real honest assessment. So a survey instrument of some sort that you could actually show the council and show the public that they are as well liked as you.
Interesting comment. Yeah,
said.
interesting idea.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, anybody else for public comment? Seeing none, we'll close public comment and bring it back to council for discussion. Other than interesting, any comments to the last public
I thought it was a good
comment?
idea.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I love getting feedback, and anonymous is probably a good way, especially with contractors. They're always concerned about, what's going on, when they go from, because a lot of them go from the planning side of things, processing with us, to the building side of things. And I think the anonymous idea is a good one.
So
on the first half of the comment as well, there was substantial stakeholder outreach and public input on the development of these interim design guidelines last summer when they were developed as interim design guidelines. So now we're simply continuing these on for 2 years. But yes, there was substantial outreach and input, and substantial is probably, if anything, light on the amount of work outreach that Scott did with various groups when we were, and the PC as you were going through 9 PC meetings or something like that on these.
Yeah.
Interesting. So I know we talked a little bit about, having roundtables with some of the builders as far as, you get input on the building process and how that's going, and this kind of dovetails into that as well. You could kind of tie in, a series of those as far as whether it's design guidelines, permitting, and stakeholders being builders, planners, architects on any number of things. It doesn't have to be pertinent to the design guidelines, but it could be just with permitting overall, which is an opportunity as well.
Yeah, no, I like the idea. I always like getting input back from what we're doing, and a lot of times that takes the form of me taking contractors and or designers and or just the general folks that are submitting applications to the side at various points throughout the process and seeing how things are going for them. Because I typically engage, or at least speak with most of the folks that are coming to our counter and at one time or another related to what they're doing. So it's this is a good idea.
Okay. John?
Well, I appreciate the work that you've done, and I am supportive of staff's recommendation to adopt the council resolution number 70-16. I think that it makes sense to tie it in with the process that we already have going, as you've outlined, and making it aligned with that is extremely important. And then just supporting all of the recommendations that you have mentioned. Excellent work. I mean, I haven't heard any complaints, so I guess that's a good thing. Usually people complain if they don't like it, and if you're not getting significant negative feedback, possibly the use of an anonymous survey might be helpful as well, just to get someone to speak that may not want to speak publicly. So I would support the recommendation of staff.
Thanks. Noah?
Thank you. And I am really pleased with how these have been utilized. Historically, we've had very big challenges from the community side, being frustrated by projects that are out of scale with their neighbors, all the way to the developer side, not really feeling like they had fair guidance about what the community wanted and were being set up like you described. So coming up with the city's first ever guidelines for development, working through the Planning Commission, like you said, almost 12 meetings to get there as quickly as you did, I think is a great success, and they've served us well. We've seen far fewer major complaints and also appeals since then. So I'm wrestling a little bit with the recommendation of whether or not to put interim in there, or I think it's kind of semantics at this point. They seem to be being utilized like they're not interim, which is the intent. They're supposed to be functional, and that they are certainly doing that. So I think I'm going to go ahead and support the staff recommendation on this, because we're getting this further established, and with the context of the general plan update, and definitely including the Planning Commission in that whole process to make sure that the end result is quality. I think it's going to be the guidelines that are going to help us further down the road. So I could go with staff recommendation, even though it's not exactly what the Planning Commission wanted. I think it's close enough.
Thanks, Noah. Christine?
Okay. Well, I think that happy to have these guidelines. I think we've had significantly less strife in the community over land use and plans and homes, significantly less. Now that I really think about it, that was an anxiety produced, really frequently when I first became on the council, and very challenging for all involved. So it's been a pleasure not having anything like we've seen in the past. So it was the guidelines that did it, because that was exactly what we heard from both sides, is that it's not clear what we can do on our own property. It's not clear what can be done to us in the neighborhood by this other person's property. So further refining how we look at our neighborhoods will come only through the general plan update. So we're not going to get there through any kind of neighborhood interim guidelines. We're going to get there through the update of the general plan. So second comment to that would be, I think we have to be very careful about piecemealing anything at this point when we're so close to completing the general plan update. So pulling something out to specifically ask staff to dedicate hours to it and resources to it at this point, when it can be rolled into the overall plan, I feel very strongly about that. So I think that staff has made a very clear lobbying effort based on input from Planning Commission. I can completely understand Planning Commission's point of view. I think the further discussion tonight, having them make those recommendations and having to hear, Scott, you strongly support your position helps, I think, all of us on council understand that the 2 points of view that were happening with Planning Commission and with staff side. So I agree with the interim word. I could take that out and that would be okay with me. I could leave it in and it would be okay, because I don't want to piecemeal, and we are still moving forward with the general plan update. So for me, it's rational to keep it in. I also was wavering on 12 months or 24, just because we said we would bring it back every year, and it keeps it fresh and keeps it on our minds. Again, I think it makes sense at this point to go forward with the overall goal is to update the general plan, local coastal plan. This would fall underneath that umbrella. So I can go with 24. It sounds like we all agree on the separate document. Again, the interim, it's fine, because we're not quite finished with the general plan. Again, I would really not want to piecemeal. So recommendation 4, pulling it out at this point, no, but getting it on the goals in 6 months sounds like a yes. And then I think there was one other comment to close. I think when we first got this topic, it was a reactive response to things that were happening in the community. I think the community just boiled over with what they could manage. And I think the first meeting we had was a packed house with every single person represented in that room, whether they were an architect, a contractor, or an applicant, or a neighborhood concern. So everyone was in that room, everyone was heard, and moving forward, I think that most needs have been met, because I agree with what other council members have said. If they weren't being met, we would have heard about it, and I haven't heard anyone specifically talk about the guidelines not working. It seems like they're meeting the need that we have, in light of the fact that we will be updating our zoning code soon as well. So a little bit long-winded on that, but I wanted to explain my positions on each one of those, and appreciate Planning Commission really holding our feet to the fire on making sure we don't let this slide and slide back in any way. So I would support staff recommendation.
Thanks, Christine, and everybody's comments. I'm glad to see that the general plan update is driving the process, not the other way around. So that, I think, echoes Christine's statements, and then, keeping that as the priority. And I'll just restate, making sure that the priorities that we set out as a city, that we kind of hold ourselves accountable for, and not go dance too much around and have you doing too many different things at once. So glad we're doing that. I'm okay with the interim part. I don't think it devalues the design guidelines. I think everybody comes in, they look at the design guidelines, whether it's interim or permanent. This is what we have to work with. If anything, maybe it can add to the conversation and say, hey, great, but this may be something I think we should work on. In addition to, if we're actually developing the general plan and those neighborhood compatibility language, or whatever language drives the design guidelines, if that language comes out stronger than what our interim design guidelines, we're going to be doing something about that anyway. So it just makes sense that we get the general plan done. We have, if there's stronger language in the general plan that drives some change to the interim design guidelines as we're doing everything, when everything's complete, we get that completion and we've got our permanent design guidelines. So I'm good with all the recommendations, and thank you, and the Planning Commission for their work on that, working with the design guidelines. Appreciate their recommendations. I think it was just good conversation and the direction we're going. So I would support staff recommendations to adopt Resolution 7016 as presented.
Is that a motion?
Yes.
Second?
So we have a motion by Mayor Irons, second by Councilmember Johnson. Any further discussion? To my left, to my right. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? None. Motion carries 4-0. Thanks, Scott. So moving on to item C5. Item C5 is approval of participation in the 2017 Amgen event. Mr. Buckingham.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Hopefully we can end on another high note, like we started on a high note with the MOU. So the purpose of this very brief presentation is to update the council on the potential of hosting the 2017 Amgen Stage 4 finish here in Morro Bay, and to get your direction. Staff's recommendation is for the council to direct staff to continue working with Amgen to host a 2017 finish in the city of Morro Bay. Quick background: at our last council meeting, staff presented council a proposal to host the 2017 finish. The council was broadly supportive of hosting a finish, but had some concerns about the use of general fund monies to support that event. The council did approve this motion, which I'll state sort of for the record. The council directed staff to continue working with Amgen, Visit SLO County, and our local tourism bureau to evaluate opportunities to host a stage finish at some point in the future. Importantly, that at some point in the future phrase there, the council did specifically note in its discussion that motion did not preclude the possibility of hosting a finish in 2017. some brief discussion based on the council's guidance. We went back. We let Amgen know that it was not looking good for Morro Bay, and we worked with Amgen and Visit SLO County. Amgen identified a way for Morro Bay, for them to host a finish here in Morro Bay in 2017 without any expenditure from our general funds. The Visit SLO County increased their contribution to $32,000, and the TBIT assessed funds recommended already by the TBIT Advisory Board remain at $25,000, and those funds are sufficient to allow Morro Bay to stage an Amgen finish in 2017. All of the other details are consistent with the staff report last week and 2 weeks ago, and the presentation to the City Council 2 weeks ago. A couple of those details. Stage 4 will likely start in Pismo Beach and end in Morro Bay on Tuesday, May 16th. Riders, support staff, and entourage will spend 2 nights in Morro Bay, Monday night the 15th and Tuesday night the 16th. There'll be about 1.1 million viewers worldwide will watch the finish, and Morro Bay will be featured in about 2 hours of live TV coverage during the finish coverage. The likely finish route is unchanged from what we briefed last week, but just because I know everybody's excited about the green laser pointer, I'll point it out that they will get to this point on South Bay Boulevard and State Park Road. Not positive how they're going to get there, whether it'll be down 1 or perhaps down Los Osos Valley Road and over Turi Road, but they'll get to this point and then come in the State Park Road, past the golf course, past the inn, down Main Street, then drop down onto the Embarcadero for 3 blocks, hang a right turn on Harbor, and finish about 2 blocks at a exciting uphill finish on Harbor for about 2 blocks up Harbor. And that is the end of the presentation, and council or staff recommends that the council direct staff to continue working with Amgen to host the 2017 finish in Morro Bay.
Great, thank you. Christine, you want to start with questions?
Do we know maybe at the time that the race was going to start and end in our county? It seems like that's new information since 2 weeks ago.
Since they haven't nailed down the start and finish cities yet, they haven't nailed down those timings. Once they nail down the cities, then they'll work the actual route between the cities. They've got some general ideas. I would anticipate that the finish would be mid-afternoon, probably in the 3 o'clock range.
I guess, you know what I was thinking? Sorry, I was unclear. This is an all-county race. They're going to be here the entire day in our county.
Yes.
Starting in Pismo, ending in Morro Bay. I wasn't sure that we knew that initially.
Yes, I think we talked about that 2 weeks ago.
Okay. No, I have no questions. Thanks.
Great.
John?
I actually, you had a question 2 weeks ago that I now have the answer to, and I'll just throw that out. Is that the Visit SLO County was not. That's not the best way to say it. Visit SLO County and Amgen were not able to agree to a multi-year deal, but that was primarily because of the attorneys on one side. They've all agreed in concept to a multi-year deal, but the Amgen attorneys didn't want to make a hard and fast commitment. But essentially, there is a multi-year deal with SLO County for the race to continue to return to SLO County for several years.
Okay, that was Mayor Ayers' good question.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
John?
No questions, thank you.
No? Okay, great. I don't have any questions. I'll open up for public comment. Bob Keller, come on up.
Bob Keller, Morro Bay. Anyway, I support supported it last time. And now that, first of all, I approve Morro Bay's participation in the 2017 Amgen Tour of California, with the city financial participation limited to $25,000, which will be coming from TBIT, I believe, right? So that we won't have any money in the game, that we have zero liability. And if not, and I think we have support from the bike club. They're going to participate. Also that, I mean, if we have any problems with this, I'm pretty sure there'll be organizations and other businesses and clubs that would help with the funding of this event. And first of all, I think it'd be a great thing for Morro Bay because this thing could go nationally, internationally. We have great exposure from reruns to the internet to YouTube, and this will probably be replayed numerous times. So, and I think this would be a great thing for Morro Bay, especially if we don't have to take anything from our general fund. I support this wholeheartedly. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Bob. And with that, I'll close public comment and bring it back to council. Christine?
Well, I'm supportive of the event, and maybe this sweetens the deal. We'll
Thanks.
see. We'll see what you guys think.
All right, thanks. Thanks, Christine. John?
You're looking at me. I'm supportive of the event as well, and appreciate the work that staff has done to work with Amgen to make it happen.
Noah?
Yeah, I agree. This is can't miss. It's perfect. Really excited, and hopefully the Rock isn't. We'll find out if the Rock is shy of international exposure or not. Hopefully, no fog this year.
All right, thanks. Well, thanks again for, actually, thanks for the motion. You know, the motion was, hey, let's kind of keep our options open. It was good discussion last time. Supportive of the race overall in any city, actually. But the question was for Morro Bay. So great to have the opportunity to have the finish here. Great to see the opportunity of having San Luis Obispo County hosting a series of these. I think it's great overall. And I think Val Seymour, as a representative of Morro Bay on the countywide bid, was speaking to that as well. So yeah, I'm supportive of it. And unless there's any other comments, I'd take a motion to approve staff recommendation to participate in the 2017 Amgen event.
So moved.
We have a motion by Mr. Heading. Second? Second by Mr. Smuckler. Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? None. Motion carries 4-0. Great. Thank you. And then, yeah. And then as we're moving on, so that concludes our staff report and council declaration and future agenda items. I just had one to discuss with council. I wanted to discuss bringing back the historic parking credit staff report from June 28th. Less the parking in lieu discussion. That was part of that staff report. I just wanted to have that discussion. I want to have the Planning Commission council action with the staff interpretation on parking credit use and current projects, proposed projects, and potential projects, and include current policies and how specifically, and I know this is part of the staff report, Anderson Inn, Estero Inn, Harborfront Suites, Gray's Inn were approved with those current policies, and include staff's request for the evaluation of the commercial parking program as part of the general plan LCP update. So that's a long request of bringing back that historic parking credit staff report for discussion. I just want to revisit that for council. So any support or comments on that?
I do support it. I think it's extremely important given the projects that we are considering in that area. So I concur.
Noah? Christine?
Yes, I would agree.
So if you need the specifics on that, I wrote down overall what that is. Good on that. And any other future agenda items?
Timing on that, did you? Because honestly, I think that's
thanks.
not going to be.
Part of that was if the staff report's pretty much there. I think we could probably bring it back in November, first meeting in November. We might have to look at the agenda a little bit, but that would probably, considering how many council meetings are left in the year, it'd probably be beneficial to have that sooner rather than later. That's my thought. So any comments?
I would just say I think it's an important conversation for the community to have with the council, planning commission. I don't know if it's, I think what we'll have to balance is what are other things happening that may be coming before the council prior to this. I think this really needs to have a second look. Timing wise, I think it's going to be imperative moving forward. I don't know if it's imperative between now and December. I don't know.
Yeah, I think that either this council or the new council, both should be aware of it, and depending on the timing of the other projects that are related to this or could be influenced by this, and availability on the agenda, I'd be comfortable with either way.
Okay. Then we'll figure out, make sure we're okay on that. John?
There's a lot of history here, and not that we won't have potential of great people elected, however it turns out, but I think the sooner the better.
Okay.
Yeah, I just wanted to follow up on the Health Services Exploration Committee that was mentioned during public comment with CHC. And I know we have this on the goals already, so I'm not sure staff necessarily needs any specific direction. And Dave, you looked like you had a chance to talk with CHC representatives. What are you thinking going forward? How to keep this thing moving?
I sent Steve an email a little bit ago and said that Ikani and Steve Knuckles will be the city representatives, that I was sure that the mayor would identify 1 or 2 council members to participate in the exploratory committee, and that we should shoot for the end of November or beginning of December for our first meeting.
So,
what I didn't note is that I'll rely on Steve to pull together the other partners in that process, but I could help corral the city partners.
Okay. That sounds good to me.
Okay. With that would conclude our future agenda items. I thought you were going to say, "Oh, okay." I thought you were going to. Okay. So our next regular council meeting will be held Tuesday, October 25th, 2016, at 6 p.m. Located right here at the Vets Hall, and we can adjourn the meeting. Thanks very much.